Guys, almost 90% of you watching aren't subscribed yet. Please hit that subscribe button.
I present to you our protagonist, Juo Fan. He takes really good care of the elderly and has a special Riz technique that makes women breathless in front of him. He also gives great complimentary face massages using the sole of his foot and then is nice enough to help you get to heaven once he's done. Even the people around him are shocked at his divine actions. If you are interested in this story, then please follow along. Let's go. There's a legend that is known throughout the land, that there is a sacred scroll of the abyss, a mysterious document written by the ancient magic emperor himself. He was the most powerful being in the world, and the secret to all of his power is somewhere out there, present in the sacred scroll of the abyss. It contains information about the powers that can control the heavens and earth and allows anyone to push beyond their limit. And now, the scroll has finally reached the hands of its truthful owner, the magic emperor, Zhou Yifan. The information that the scroll is in his hands has leaked out, and he is now the target of all the martial arts experts because of the book he holds. As the magic emperor is enjoying the scroll while sitting on his throne, his castle is suddenly surrounded by martial artists. Suddenly, a man runs into his room, shouting to inform him that he has bad news. The mountain troops have been penetrated, and they all have been killed. He breathes heavily. He is a man named Zhao Cheng, the disciple of the magic emperor Zhou Yifan. He further informs him that he is worried the 7 emperors will be here soon. However, Zhou Yifan asks him not to worry and walks outside, stating that even the 7 emperors are no match for his strength, but they can unexpectedly defeat his troops. He tells Zhao Cheng to follow him so they can go and see for themselves. As he steps outside, a large group of people shout at him to hand over the book. He stares at them, mentioning that they're just a bunch of insects daring to fight him. As he begins to elevate, one of the martial artists shouts at his group to be careful as Zhou Yifan is coming towards them. Zhou Yifan uses lightning to strike them with his power, and the light travels from one to another in one move. As he continues to approach, suddenly, someone shouts, causing him to stop, mentioning that they will never let him go. He stares at them and laughs, mentioning that they're finally here, the 7 emperors. One of the emperors shouts at him to hand over the Book of 9 Secrets, and in return, he will spare his life. Zhou Yifan calls him the Emperor of Sword, informing him that he is the leader of the 8 royals recognized by the sanctuary. Zhou Yifan further states that even if they were all together, they couldn't defeat him, so why do they bother? He asks them if they are looking for death. Suddenly, the mark on Zhou Yifan's head lights up, and he smirks while looking at them. The emperor asks Zhou Yifan if he understands his situation, as he is the enemy of the whole sanctuary right now. The emperor questions whether Zhou Yifan really believes that there is no one stronger than him in the entire sanctuary. The other emperor mentions that the book is a relic of the ancient emperor in the name of the Holy Land. As Zhou Yifan looks at the other emperor, his disciple shouts, informing Zhou Yifan that the situation doesn't look good as that man is the strongest emperor of the Holy Land. Zhou Yifan smiles, mentioning that he is the enemy of the entire Holy Land, and even as a villain, he will destroy them all. Suddenly, his eyes pop out as a sword passes through his chest, and he becomes shocked. Zhao Cheng then asks him to give up, stating that now it's his time to die. As Zhou Yifan turns around, he becomes shocked. He looks at Zhao Cheng, stating that he must have been the traitor who leaked all the information about the Book of 9 Secrets and the mountain troops. He further mentions that he has raised and taught him since he was young, so how could he betray him like that? Zhao Cheng smiles and whispers in his ear that even though he is his master, he should not have used the Book of 9 Secrets alone, as he even prevented him from reading it, treating him like a thief. Zhou Yifan narrows his eyes in disappointment, asking him if he really betrayed him for that kind of reason. Suddenly, Zhou Cheng pulls the sword out of Zhou Yifan's body, asking him if he knows how to escape. He reminds Zhou Yifan that he was the one who taught him everything, so no matter what Zhou Yifan thinks of him, he doesn't care. Zhou Yifan begins to bleed from his mouth as he reflects on how he has been teaching Zhao Cheng since he was young. But despite that, Zhao Cheng is so narrow-minded and anxious that there is no one in this world Zhao Cheng can trust. Zhou Yifan begins laughing loudly and Zhao Cheng gets back. Zhou Yifan's eyes blink with magical energy as he mentions that now he is going to destroy the Book of Nine Secrets along with his body so that no one can get it. All of the emperors freak out as he begins a self-destruction spell. Within seconds, Zhou Yifan bursts his whole body with his own magic, causing a large brightness in the sky. The scene shifts to the night, where one of the bodies is falling from the sky to the ground, and a lot of dead bodies are lying on the ground, all covered in blood. Suddenly, one of them lifts his hand, and something strikes his head. As he sits up, he freaks out, and his eyes pop out. He looks at his hand as his body is now completely changed. He tries to stand up, thinking that he didn't expect that he would be reborn in this boy's body. Suddenly, the boy hears some noise coming from behind, and as he turns around to look, he becomes alert when he notices two wolves growling at him. The wolves look at the boy and then continue toward him with force. With a stern look, the boy looks at the wolves and tells them to go home nicely, so both wolves get scared and flee in the opposite direction. Now, as the boy was about to leave, someone called out to the boy, calling him Zhuo Fan and asking him to help. The boy looks at the man, thinking that he must be someone the owner of this body knew. He then walks towards the man and, after analyzing, determines that the man's power is in the second layer. This makes the boy a bit happy as he thinks that this can be used and plans to absorb the man's power. Suddenly, he grabs the man's face. The man looks at him in shock, asking him what he is doing. He freaks out as he realizes that Zhuo Fan is not the guy he knows, asking the boy who the hell he is. The boy smirks, stating that the man is right, as he is not Zhuo Fan. He's the magic emperor Zhuo Yifan. Right now, he is using the 9 secret technique called Drain Touch, which is used to drain power, and in that way, he drains all the man's power and transfers it into his body, causing the man to shout in pain. As the morning sun rises, Yifan is sitting in front of the dead body of the man he killed last night, meditating and thinking that in the book, Record of the 9 Secrets, the Drain Touch technique is the devil's highest technique that takes the souls and strength of others to get stronger. But he has to work hard to process it so that there's no rejection from the soul. Therefore, he must first conjure up the power before it can be fully absorbed. As the fire emerges from his back, he stands up and walks toward the body, taking the shawl from the dead body. He says that it's morning now and that he didn't think that absorbing this power would take one night. Suddenly, he activates the power in his hand and bursts the stone with it. As the smoke from the blast covers everything, he emerges from it, smirking and stating that the Emperor of Sword and Zhao Cheng should wait for him as their deaths are near. Further shouting, he says that when he returns to the Holy Land, it will be the end for all of them. He then jumps into the sky with the help of a tree branch, thinking that his body has been repaired from 0 to the 5th layer. According to him, it seems it will take him a long time before he can return to the Holy Land. Suddenly, he stops, looking from behind the tree. He realizes that there is something there, and as he peeks, he sees two groups with swords facing each other. Suddenly, a man from one group points his sword toward the others, shouting that they are traitors, referring to the members of the Sun family and accusing them of tricking them. The man is introduced as Pang Tongling, the head guardian of the Luo family. A man from the other group replies to him, saying he has advised him not to ignore current affairs when they have worked together for many years. This man is introduced as Sun Guanjia, a servant of the Luo family. A girl speaks up, saying that Huilongjiang is the spiritual martial art of the Luo family from generation to generation, so they will never give it to him, even if they die. Suddenly, the little boy behind her grinds his teeth and shouts at her sister not to stop him, stating that he will kill these traitors. The Magic Emperor is not surprised, as no wonder the Luo family is in trouble. Apparently, they are dealing with bandits. But as he hears Luo's family name and the thought of them being in danger, he feels a strange sensation inside his body. He cannot help but guess that they might have a family relationship with the body he's currently occupying. So, he decides to leave. He jumps, but suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his chest and becomes shocked as he cannot understand what happened. His heart is beating badly, and he jumps down, thinking about what's happening to him and if this is the effect of his training. The boy begins to grind his teeth in pain. He further thinks about whether the magic is not suitable or if his body is not suitable for cultivation. Thinking that his body is trash, he sits down to meditate, realizing that his heart is normal, his meridian function is normal, even his breathing is normal, and everything is normal, but he cannot figure out what is wrong. Then he feels something and jumps back to the point from where he left. He realizes something, thinking that after he saw Miss Luo's expression, the pain disappeared. On the contrary, when he leaves, his chest becomes very painful, and according to him, this is the magic of the heart. He understands its importance, thinking that for practitioners, if they are exposed to magic, it's the same as a curse, as they cannot do anything according to their hearts. If they break the rules, they will die. He covers his face with his hands, thinking that first, he should combine this kid's memory and see what kind of heart magic it is. He reaches the boy's past memories of when he arrived in the Luo family, as his father sacrificed himself for them, and they told him they would not treat him badly from now on, and that this was now his family. But he was treated badly, though the girl protected him. Then, a man patted his head, telling him that he was still too weak to become a guardian, and that even though it was still too early, the man would teach him the basic skills. The boy calls him Uncle Pong and asks him to please teach him, as he also wants to become a guardian. He promises to work hard and become strong, as only then can he protect Ms. Luo and the Luo family. He recalls the scene when the whole Luo family was destroyed and the Luo's parents died. Miss Luo was holding him in her arms while he was bleeding. He asked her to run quickly with the young master, telling her that he really hated his weak self as he couldn't protect her and her family. After going through his past, the Magic Emperor, who we will now refer to as Zhuo Fan, understands that the Luo family and Miss Luo Jia are significant to him. As long as he violates them, this body will trigger heart magic. He gets angry, realizing that in this condition, he will have to be someone else's slave for the rest of his life. Something hits his mind, and he realizes that even killing people is better than this. He is the Magic Emperor of the Holy Land, and now he has to serve a small family. He punches a tree in anger, alerting the bandits. The bandit shouts, asking if anyone is present over there. The girl asks Pang Tongling if there's someone to help them, but he tells her that there's no way help could come so quickly. Zhuofan steps into the field and calls her Miss, asking her what's wrong with giving the spiritual martial arts to them. He further mentions that he doesn't want her to lose her life, as that would be a huge loss for the Luo family. Everyone looks at him in shock when he asks them if it's a great miracle to see him alive. He stares at the bandits, realizing that the weakest among them is in the 6th layer. The bandits laugh at him, asking him why he's talking here, realizing that maybe he has been a slave in the family for 15 years, but that doesn't give him the right to do so. Zhuofan thinks that Sun Guanja has a large QI among them, and with his current strength, this will be a battle of life and death. Even the Luo family is angry at him, mentioning that he must be punished, as he is scared and talking nonsense. Zhuofan tells them that they are already on the edge, so why do they have to defend it? He thinks it's the only thing he can do for now, but then Miss Jia shouts at him, asking him not to talk nonsense and to hurry up and leave. Sun Guanja laughs, mentioning that she is so kind that even in this case, she is still trying to save a slave. She looks at him, asking if he can let him go. Then he laughs again, telling her it's impossible for him, and orders the bandit to kill the useless kid first, and then the rest unless they surrender. The muscular bandit agrees and runs toward Zhuofan. Zhuofan looks at him, thinking that he has to defeat him, but the bandit is in the 7th layer, so there's only one chance. As the bandit is about to hit him, shouting that he is dead, Zhuofan swiftly shifts his feet, grabs the bandit's arm, and rolls it. As the bandit's sword falls, he catches it and attacks the bandit's stomach, shocking everyone. Everyone looks at him, unable to figure out what just happened. Zhuofan then runs forward, thinking about what he can do now. He slides in front of Ms. Luo, looking at her and her brother, realizing that he has to protect their lives. He holds both of them in his arms, thinking that it's really troublesome, and runs away without looking back. Sun Guanjia orders the other bandits to run after them and chase them, but Pang Tongling orders his men to stop them and not let them chase after their miss. Sun Guanjia grinds his teeth in anger, realizing that the kid has destroyed his big plan. He vows not to let him escape, and, when he catches him, to crush his bones and let him die a slow and painful death as punishment for daring to disrupt his scheme. After reaching a certain point, the miss shouts, asking Zhuo Fan to leave them as she cannot leave her men behind, stating that she wants to go back. She shouts at him, telling him that he is just a slave, so he should let her and her brother go. Zhuo Fan slides to a stop and then bangs her against a tree. She shouts in pain and then stands up, yelling at him that they have to go back and that they can't let the Luo family guards lose their lives for them. Zhuo Fan doesn't listen to her and asks her to leave if she wants to, then starts walking. He then stops and looks back at her, asking if she can beat those bandits when she gets back there. She doesn't reply, so he tells her that the enemy is out there looking for them, and if she wants to die, she can stay there while still holding the little boy in his arms. The boy shouts at him, asking how he can talk like that to his master, and tells him to hurry up and let them go back. Zhuo Fan, getting angry at the small boy's behavior, calls the boy stinky and then asks if the boy doesn't believe he will open and hit him in the butt right now. This enrages the boy even more, and the boy shouts, asking how dare he. Zhuo Fan smiles, and after a slight moment, the boy runs into his sister's arms, crying while holding his butt. The sister shouts at Zhuo Fan, telling him that it's too much, but Zhuo Fan tells her that it was only a small punishment, adding that it's better than letting this little young master die in the bandits' hands. He then asks if she knows a hiding place nearby. The girl becomes shocked, and after a short pause, she replies that there are several farms in the square, but no hiding place. She adds that there is a foggy forest on the west side of the Black Wind Mountain, and even the bandits might not know the terrain there. Zhuo Fan starts walking and asks her to go there, further instructing her to hold her brother on the road. The girl looks at him with anger, thinking that once she escapes the situation, she will punish him. As night approaches, they reach the foggy forest. She tells him that this is the Misty Forest. She further informs him that the mist here has been around for years, making it hard for people to get in or out. She adds that her father told her the chief of Black Wind Mountain is strong, but both sides hadn't done anything for decades. She says she doesn't know why the bandits suddenly attacked them this time. Zhuo Fan laughs, mentioning that this place is very good. The girl suggests that Zhuo Fan should go with her brother and she will divert the bandits. But Zhuo Fan doesn't agree, telling her that he isn't familiar with the terrain here. He warns her that if she doesn't come along, he can't look after her brother, and if she leaves to fight the bandits, he will immediately kill the child. The young master gets angry and shouts at him, but Zhuo Fan tells her further that if she goes back, it's the same as dying. He urges her to take care of the life saved by her people, saying her life is very valuable. He then says they should focus on destroying Sun Guanjia and the bandits here, asking her if she understands. As he continues to walk, the young master shouts at him, asking if he's crazy and if he really thinks he can defeat them on his own. The young master explains that Sun Guanjia has a large amount of chi power, and there are 4 other stronger people with him. He mocks Zhuo Fan, saying he's just a dog with a lot of arrogance. The girl further mentions that even if Zhuo Fan joined forces with Pang Tongling, they are still no match for their opponents. She questions what Zhuo Fan could even do in the current situation. Zhuo Fan tells her that she is wrong, as that bunch of rubbish is no match for him. He then tells her that she can either listen to his opinion or surrender to them. He stretches his hand forward and asks her to give him a spiritual stone before they are overtaken, mentioning that the Luo family's hope is in her hands. He asks her if she will fight. The girl grinds her teeth in anger, then takes the ring off her finger and throws it towards him, shouting that this is their family treasure. He catches it as she further tells him that she will not let him go if he lies to her. He walks ahead, asking her to take it easy and just wait here. As he leaves, the young master shouts that the slave has become very arrogant, telling his sister that she must definitely teach him a lesson. The girl pats his head, calling him Yun Hai, and tells him that Juo Fan might have become arrogant, but he was the one who helped them, and this is better than those who are silent and useless, so they should be grateful to him. She thinks that she doesn't know what's wrong, but Juo Fan has changed. On the other hand, as Juo Fan is walking into the deep forest, he thinks that in Krinchong Central, the sky is straight and empty. He notes that here, this is a naturally large array. He smiles, thinking it's too bad people don't know how to use it, but fortunately, he has come, and he will turn it into their second Tian Mountain. He performs a ritual, telling the 9 remote ghost gates to open, and the ring in his hand sparkles and rises up. He mentions that the evil spirit quartet is coming. He looks at the sparkling ring with hope and shouts for it to be activated. The ring gathers power and moves around. The girl looks at it from behind and tells her brother to look at it. After some time, the fog disappears, and Juo Fan appears from behind. The girl approaches him, shouting his name, and asking him what happened in the end and if he was the one who did that. He asks her to calm down, saying there's no need to fuss, and then turns around, asking her to follow him as he will teach her magic shackles and other spells. He explains that when the bandits arrive here, she can control the array and kill them. She looks surprised and asks him what he means, questioning if this is the way to defeat them. She thinks that the array method is something more valuable than methods of martial arts in the world. This first-level array he used is the mystery of the Zongmin family, and it also contains hundreds of thousands of lingxi, which cannot be measured in price. She notes that he was only a slave, yet he casually set up an array formation. She asks Juo Fan how this is possible. Suddenly, Juo Fan stops, telling her not to worry about how he does it, as he has set the limit and will teach her now. He instructs her to wait until the bandits die. On the other side, a man tells Sun Guanjia that it seems they entered the foggy forest. Meanwhile, Pang Tongling is captured and shouting, telling Sun Guanjia that he better kill him now. Otherwise, he will kill him and avenge those who have died. Sun Guanjia laughs, mentioning that when he takes him hostage, his name will fulfill his request. He adds that because the others are hiding in the forest, they need his guidance since Misty Forest is unfamiliar to them, so he should lead the way, and they will see him later. Sun Guanjia adds that, with the lady's kindness, she wouldn't abandon Pang Tongling, but Pang Tongling shouts at him, telling him that he can't use him to threaten her. Suddenly, one of Sun Guanjia's men shouts that there is someone sitting under a tree. As Pang Tongling looks toward it, he becomes shocked as he sees Juo Fan sitting in front of them. Juo Fan looks at them, telling them that he has been waiting there for a long time. Sun Guanjia orders his men to quickly catch and kill him, saying Juo Fan is very brave to stand before him. Suddenly, a man with a sword runs toward Juo Fan, but Juo Fan continues to look at him with a smile. As the guy is about to kill him, Juo Fan speaks, mentioning that those two have been paralyzed and are now in his hand, which stuns Sun Guanjia. He shouts at his men to stop, and the sword stops an inch away from Juo Fan's neck. Sun Guanjia asks Juo Fan if what he is saying is true, that they have been paralyzed, and he has them. Juo Fan stands up and asks him to make a deal. Sun Guanjia says, "What kind of deal?" Juo Fan walks toward him, mentioning that he will hand over those two to him, but he must guarantee his future. Sun Guanjia looks at him in shock, and as Juo Fan gets closer to his face, Sun Guanjia asks hesitantly why he betrayed the Luo family, but Juo Fan laughs and asks the same exact question to him, saying he's also curious about that. He then turns back, mentioning that people cannot continue to destroy themselves. Now that the Luo family has been defeated, he can't rebuild a family with the strength of one person. So exchanging the lives of those two for a better life of his own is common sense. He then smirks and asks, why must he seek death? He then releases a rope from his hand, mentioning that the two of them are hiding at one end of this rope. But in the middle, there are many traps, and it's only he who can distinguish them. He then hands it over to Sun Guanjia. Sun Guanjia looks at the rope, intrigued, realizing that using the red rope as a signal to be safe is a good idea. Moreover, to make it easy to track them and find his way back from the misty forest is interesting, and then he begins laughing. Zhuofan smiles at his praise when Sun Guanjia mentions that he agrees with the deal and hopes Zhuofan doesn't lie to him. Zhuofan stares into his eyes, telling him that he's honest. Sun Guanjia replies that he will say this clearly in front of him and then widens his eyes, telling him that he doesn't trust him at all. After a slight pause, both of them start laughing together. Sun Guanjia asks him to lead the way. Throughout the journey, Pang Tongling continues to shout at Zhuofan, mentioning that he betrayed his master and that they trusted him, but he tricked them. Pang Tongling curses them, calling them bastards, and even says that if he dies, he will curse them for life. Suddenly, Zhuofan stops. Sun Guanjia asks him why he stopped and asks if this is the place. Zhuofan replies that he brought him here to Huangquan Road. Suddenly, Zhuofan's eyes turn red, and he mentions that this is the place where Sun Guanjia will die. Sun Guanjia's eyes widen as he freaks out and then runs to grab Zhuofan, telling him to die. But suddenly, something happens, and Zhuofan runs away. Sun Guanjia orders his men to find their way back quickly, but they tell him that this is not good, as the red rope has been cut, and Pang Tongling has also disappeared. Sun Guanjia grinds his teeth in anger and punches the ground, furious that he was fooled, saying that they better not think this misty forest can trap him. He stands up, shouting that he will definitely kill Zhuofan. Suddenly, he hears someone laughing, mentioning that he will never have the chance to kill him. Sun Guanjia couldn't understand how the fog turned red, and the whole forest became filled with red fog. Sun Guanjia orders his men to stay alert and watch their surroundings. Suddenly, he turns around to find that his men are gone. He couldn't figure out what happened, as they all disappeared like they never existed. He then realizes that this is an array method. On the other hand, the girl from the Luo clan is standing in the middle of the array when she looks at Zhuofan and says that they have been controlled and disappeared one by one, and even Pang Tongling has been saved. She asks him what he will do next. Zhuofan turns around and runs toward her, telling her that his next step is to help her. He then holds her hand, and she shouts at him, asking what he is doing. He holds her from behind and asks her not to move and follow him, telling her to focus. Her cheeks turn red from embarrassment as he leans her hand to the ground. A light emerges, and she looks shocked, thinking that this is an extraordinary power. Zhuofan grins, and as they look at something together, Zhuofan tells her to kill them. Suddenly, some powers emerge from the circle and turn back to attack Sun Guanjia's men. They shout, unable to understand what is happening, and try to run for their lives, wondering what kind of ghost this is. The ghost attacks one of them, killing him instantly, and this scares the other man, so he begins to run, but also meets the same fate. Suddenly, the same ghost runs after Sun Guanjia, and he shouts in fear. As he tries to stop it with his hand, he fails to do so and begins screaming in pain. Something happens to his hand, and he falls to the ground, banging his head on it. Terrified by the situation, Sun Guanjia looks up and asks Zhuofan who in the world is he. Zhuofan looks at him from the darkness, telling him to go to hell and ask the king of hell himself. Zhuofan shouts for the worldly things to return to the world and soil things to return to the soil, and the ghost killed in the cave will return to him. He shouts at them to return back to him when suddenly a large wave comes, freaking out the princess. She wonders if this is a tactical disposition and if it is a loss of control. Meanwhile, Guofan is in the circle shouting and absorbing the power of the dead. He reaches the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, and then the spectacular powerful level. His eyes are sparkling when, after the completion, he sighs, thinking that the original magic brought by the assassination has been exhausted. But the more breakout times like this one, the more valuable the achievements become. Suddenly, a large explosion happens in the sky, and after that, the smog settles down. Zhuofan calms down, mentioning that he had gathered the strength level, thinking that he broke through it this time. Compared to the last time, the pulse is widened, and the energy located in the acupuncture points is 3 times more than the normal gathered strength. He smiles. He then raises his hand to see the range and then says now that he has made a breakthrough, he needs to practice martial arts. Suddenly, the girl calls his name, getting his attention. He turns to look at her. She asks him where he has been and why the array got out of control, while the young master mentions that the fog is gone. Zhuofan replies that it must be because the linshin is too small, so the array becomes defective and loses control, adding that he just left to see if Sun Guanjia and his men were dead or not, and fortunately, no one escaped. Suddenly, Pang Tongling gets closer to Zhuofan and stares at him, which causes some suspicion for the girl and Zhuofan. But suddenly, he bows down to Zhuofan, telling him that earlier he used to curse him, but he didn't know he was planning to trap Sun Guanjia and his men. He tells Zhuofan that he can hit him or do anything with him if he's angry, and he will not retaliate even if he wants to take his head. He is ready to give it to him. Zhuofan is surprised, and even the girl is stunned by his words. Zhuofan feels that this guy is really loyal and thinks that if his disciple Zhao Cheng had been this loyal, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Zhuofan holds Pang Tongling's hand to raise him up, telling him that Pang Tongling is a loyal guard and he is just a slave, so how dare he punish him? Furthermore, the reason they could defeat them is because of Miss Luo's help. Pang Tongling is shocked and turns to the girl, asking her if it's true. When she smiles and replies that it's true, Pang Tongling gets excited, telling God to bless the Luo family, adding that now that they even have the help of Zhuofan, the rise of the Luo family is near. Zhuofan looks at the girl, asking her what her next plan is, as there are no more threats. To his answer, Pang Tongling replies that initially, they plan to protect the girl and take her to Feng Kai family city. He leans towards Zhuofan, asking him if he knows that their lady is supposed to be married to the son of Feng Kai's leader. Zhuofan thinks if this is the Kai family in Feng City, remembering that they were the biggest family there, and further wondering if the girl gets married to the Kai family, the magic of the heart may disappear. He smirks, thinking that he can be free in this way, so he agrees with them, asking them to go to the Kai family. Now, the sun rises, and the scene shifts to the dark cave, where a guy is bowing in front of another man. When the man laughs and asks him if Sun Guanjia succeeded or not, the bowing man is sweating from fear and calls the man Xiaozhai, mentioning that Sun Guanjia didn't succeed, and the Luo family is now in Feng City. When Xiaozhai asks him to keep monitoring them, he agrees. After the man leaves, Shai stands up from his chair and goes towards the wall, looking at the man lying on the bed behind the wall. He calls him his master. He walks towards him and touches his hand, stating that he can be sure that his old friend is already there waiting for him, and until he has the palm of returning dragon, he will send him and his brothers to reunite. The old man looks at him with anger in his eyes as Xiaozhai begins to laugh loudly. As they reach Feng City, the girl calls her brother, asking him to look in a particular direction, and the young master looks so excited. Pang Tongling calls Zhuofan, asking him if it's his first time here, as he knows he has never come here before, and asking him if he likes the city. Zhuofan makes a bad face, thinking that it's the same as a small village, and asks him if they're going straight to the Kai family now. The girl turns back and tells him that they can't go there directly, so she and her brother Yun Hai will go there and meet them, and then pick them up later. Zhuofan feels bad, as it's troublesome, and Pang Tongling also feels the same, as he mentions that now they have to rely on them, telling him that if they go there directly, they will criticize them for being rude. So, they will go to the inn that's in front of them and rest for a little bit. Zhuofan sighs and asks them to go first, telling them they will wait for them here, but he will tour the city first. Suddenly, the young master shouts at Zhuofan from behind, calling him a slave dog, telling him that he is in this city just because of his sister. He turns around in arrogance, asking him to treat him with respect. Otherwise, if his brother-in-law comes, it will not be good for him. When suddenly, Zhuofan turns around and kicks him down to the floor, saying that he will get to him before his brother-in-law gets here. The girl shouts at Zhuofan as she holds her brother, asking him why he is acting like a child. Zhuo Fan replies that it was his brother who started it first, asking her to please wait until she calms down. He then walks further, mentioning that she should just get rid of him if she sees him as unsightly. She looks at him in confusion as she can't find the words to reply to that. As they leave, Pang Tongling asks him with respect why he dares to kick his master, but Zhuo Fan tells him to shut up when he suddenly hears some people fighting over whether the jade is fake. The shopkeeper is trying to tell them it isn't. He tells the woman standing in front of him that he never saw the real jade, so how can she say it's fake? She replies that it's right. She has no information about the jade, but she has seen the real one, so he should know that his jade is fake. The owner starts laughing, getting the attention of the people around him, telling them that the lady is trying to say that she saw the jade one time in her lifetime, but she can judge his jade. The lady smiles, saying that she really has this ability. This time, the owner gets angry and asks her to get lost as she is wasting his time. When suddenly, Zhuo Fan jumps in, telling him that his jade is fake, getting the attention of the lady and the man. He tells them that he has a way to prove that it's fake. Zhuo Fan walks further, telling the owner that his jade is fake, as the lady mentioned, and he has a way to prove it. He forwards his hand to take the jade. The owners get angry at him, asking him where the hell he came from and how he can say that his jade is fake, further shouting at him how he can prove that it's fake. He walks closer to him, telling him that all of his jades are real, and it seems that he is just uttering nonsense. Zhuo Fan looks down and smiles, saying that if all of his jades are real, he should let him check this one out. As all of the people gather around the store, Zhuo Fan introduces them to a liquid they could find everywhere, as it's made of sulfur and sediment, informing them that if it's fake, the jade will fade once soaked in it, and they will find out if it's real or fake. The man agrees and throws the jade in it with his own hands, and as soon as the jade falls into the water, it turns red, freaking the owner out as he shouts, "How could this happen?" Zhuo Fan asks him not to be surprised, as it's a clone, to be exact, so it will change color when thrown into this liquid, telling him that now he has to agree that the lady was right. The owner is getting fired up due to anger, as the lady tells him that the fake jade is only worth 3 spiritual stones. When suddenly someone throws a stone at the owner, he turns around to ask them who dares to do it. All of the customers are getting angry at him and shouting that he dares to sell his fake jades to them and start beating him. The lady bows down to Zhuo Fan, stating that she just knew it was fake but didn't have a way to prove it. Zhuo Fan turns around, telling her that he has gone through this kind of experience, that's why he knows, asking her if she wants to buy it for 3 spiritual stones. She turns back and starts to walk, mentioning that she just wanted to tell others about it. The value of the jade, that is. Pang Tongling mentions that she is a strange woman. On the other hand, Zhuo Fan thinks that the eyes of this lady are very poisonous, but fortunately, he has enough experience, so he asks Pang Tongling to get back to the inn and also let him borrow his 10 spiritual stones, as there is something that he has to do now. Pang Tongling stares at him in shock and then gives him 10 spiritual stones from his pouch, crying as he leaves. After a few seconds, Zhuo Fan reaches an alley and sees the same owner hiding at the back of a tree. The owner calls him Kid, with anger when Zhuo Fan mentions that he really found him, which shocks the owner. The owner asks him why he was looking for him and how he dared to look for him, asking him if he was not afraid. Zhuo Fan tells him that he is here for some business, as he wants to see the jade he was selling earlier, telling him that he wants to buy it for the 10 spiritual stones. So how about it? The man becomes stunned to hear 10 spiritual stones and shows him the jade, telling him that he knows it's fake, so why does he want to spend 10 spiritual stones to buy this, as the lady just said that this is only worth 3 spiritual stones. Zhuo Fan replies to him that even though it is fake, it still is a bit useful for him, as in his hands, he may be able to sell it for a higher price. The owner says he now understands why he wants to buy it, but even though this sounds good and all, he asks Zhuo Fan if he knows about the suffering he went through because of him. The owner says he was cursed and hit, so 10 spiritual stones is too little. Juofan asks him what he wants, and the owner smirks, mentioning that he wants his life, and suddenly 4 guys appear. Juofan says that he was sincerely doing business with him. The owner mentions that Juofan is just uttering nonsense, as he was the one who destroyed his business, and he has to pay for all of this, so he must now die. Juofan steps forward, mentioning that negotiation is no longer an option, right? And as the man jumps to attack him, they all freak out and the sword falls from their hands. In the end, the owner gives the jade to Juofan, and Juofan tells him that he is not qualified to kill him and that the owner is just looking for his own death. As he leaves, he absorbs all of their souls and throws the stones. He then went back to the inn, asking Pang Tongling to guard the door and not let anyone come in, and he agreed. He then went inside the room and closed the doors, looking at the jade. He touches it and absorbs the dark energy from inside. His eyes pop out when suddenly the stone rises up. He mentions that, as expected, he didn't see it wrong, as this is the fairy blood, and it's a rare stone, accumulated from thousands of types of pure blood and absorbed Reiki quintessence of the sun and moon over thousands of years. It was formed with solstice yin and yang. It is a precious object of magic cultivators, and it's rare. He adds that according to the 9-book secret, fairy blood can create bloody baby. Also, when the bloody baby was born, he could kill people with malignant. However, bloody baby can also cultivate holy blood with practitioners, and even cultivators at the emperor's power level do not dare to provoke it, so holy land is nothing. Juofan touches his wrists to cut it, and as the blood falls on the stone, it starts glowing. Juofan's eyes widened as he thought he wouldn't get lucky this time, but he was so lucky right now. The stone continues to glow. Juofan was sweating profusely in the inn, his breaths shallow and labored. His mind raced with thoughts about the bloody baby technique. He knew that to practice it, fresh blood had to be dripped onto it. Gripping the table with trembling hands, he realized the spirit must align perfectly with the fairy blood to truly feel her heart. As his blood dripped onto the table, he felt a growing sense of unease. The amount of blood he had lost was alarming, and he questioned whether using the fairy blood for the bloody baby was the right decision. It was his only chance, and hesitation was not an option. His eyes widened in desperation as the enormity of the situation struck him. If he gave up now, there would be no other opportunity. Once the process began, there was no turning back. His thoughts spiraled out of control, and blood surged up from within him, spilling from his mouth. Wiping it away, he acknowledged the danger. Continuing would put his life at risk, yet he couldn't bring himself to stop. As he stood at the edge of a decision, the blood from his hand began to flow upward, defying logic and gravity. The sight shocked him, and his mind wandered to the past, where the 7 emperors had demanded he surrender the 9 secret books. Their voices echoed in his memory, urging him to give up, and he also recalls his subordinate calling him a traitor. Anger surged through him as he remembered their betrayal and greed. To them, he was expendable. Gritting his teeth, he vowed to himself that he would not die. He would defy them all. The concept of righteousness and divinity no longer mattered to him. He was neither holy nor human. He was the magic emperor, the demon emperor. Determined, Juofan stood up. He felt as if something vital was missing from within him, and he resolved to reclaim it. With a roar, he declared that he would destroy anything in his way. Suddenly, the blood before him began to sparkle, an unexpected and mysterious phenomenon. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. Yet, as the realization dawned, a smirk spread across his face. He grasped the blood in his hand, triumphant. At last, he had succeeded. He summoned the Duhua heavenly demon, but an overwhelming force struck him. He screamed as his eyes turned blood red. Triumph coursed through his veins as he acknowledged his achievement. This was the life of the bloody baby. To his surprise, the implantation had been easier than he had anticipated. With the bloody baby now within him, the path of martial arts he would follow next was already decided. The next morning, Juofan stepped out of his room. Pang Tongling, standing outside and rubbing his eyes, noted that Chai Fu had come to remind them of their next task. Juofan observed Pang Tongling and realized he had been guarding the door for 10 days without rest. Grateful for his loyalty, Zhou Fan expressed his thanks, and Pang Tongling inquired whether there had been any difficulties. With no issues reported, Pang Tongling decided it was time to leave, as the young lady and master were waiting. Though Zhou Fan considered explaining what had transpired during the 10 days, he refrained. Pang Tongling showed no curiosity, respecting Zhou Fan's privacy and waiting for him to share when he was ready. Without further delay, they prepared to meet the young lady and master, knowing that the events of the past days had changed Zhou Fan forever. Zhou Fan smiled as he reflected on the unconditional trust shown to him, something he had never experienced in his life before. As they arrived at the Kai family residence, Pang Tongling gazed in awe at the magnificent house, remarking that it was truly befitting of the first family in Fang City. However, their approach was interrupted by guards who stopped them abruptly, shouting and demanding to know who they were and how they dared enter the Kai family residence. Pang Tongling stepped forward respectfully, introducing himself as Pang Tongling, the guardian of the Luo family. He further explained that the man beside him was Zhuo Fan, the Luo family's housekeeper, and that their family's young lady was a guest of the Kai family. Zhuo Fan's expression darkened at the mention of him being a housekeeper. Confused, he could not recall when he had become a mere servant of the Luo family. Pang Tongling leaned in to whisper that 8 days ago, Kai Jelai had addressed him as the Luo family's housekeeper, and it seemed Miss Luo had introduced him that way. He even congratulated Zhuo Fan on his new role. Zhuo Fan was shocked and insulted. A demon emperor like him, reduced to the status of a housekeeper for a small family? However, his thoughts were interrupted by the unfriendly demeanor of the Kai family guards. One of the guards voiced suspicion, questioning where they were from. He pointed out that this was the third group claiming to be from the Luo family, and mentioned that 2 con artists had just tried to gain entry with similar lies. Pang Tongling, furious, shouted at the guards, demanding to know what they meant. Before the situation escalated further, Zhuo Fan pulled him aside. Pang Tongling protested, asking why Zhuo Fan was dragging him away. Zhuo Fan silently reflected on the situation. The attitude of the Kai family subordinates reflected the attitude of their masters. If the guards treated them this way, it was likely that they would treat Miss Luo the same. He began to question whether the Kai family could be trusted. They eventually arrived at a small, shabby house. Pang Tongling was appalled, shouting in disbelief at how the Kai family treated the young lady and young master of the Luo family. He called it cruel, noting their complete lack of hospitality. Zhuo Fan agreed, remarking that the Kai family didn't even treat the young lady and her brother like human beings. He urged Pang Tongling to check inside. Inside, they found the young master, Yun Hai, sitting on the bed. Pang Tongling called out his name and rushed to hug him, apologizing for his lateness. Zhuo Fan asked Yun Hai about his sister. Yun Hai explained that his sister had gone to see her fiancé, but the head of the Kai family had ordered her to return and cancel the marriage contract. Zhuo Fan grounds his teeth in anger, feeling it was a grave insult. He grabbed Yun Hai's hand, declaring they should find his sister immediately. The scene shifts to Xiao Ting, Miss Luo's fiancé, hanging out happily with another girl. When Miss Luo called out to him, he walked over and coldly called her by her name, Luo Yun Chang, telling her he had made himself clear he wanted nothing to do with her anymore. In his eyes, Sister Yu Fei was the only person who mattered. The girl beside him, called Yu Fei, chimed in, saying that if Yun Chang understood the situation, she should just get out of there, noting that Xiao Ting had lost interest in Yun Chang a long time ago. She declared that Xiao Ting now liked her instead, and then began laughing at her. Yun Chang, heartbroken, called Xiao Ting's name, saying that she was not asking him to uphold the betrothal agreement from the past, but only wished for him to convince his uncle to help the Luo clan during this difficult time for the sake of the 2 families' good relations. Xiao Ting dismissed her completely, turning away and telling her that her family's problems had nothing to do with him. Desperate, Yun Chang cried out, reminding him of their shared past and begging him to reconsider. Xiao Ting paused briefly, looking at her with pity, but before he could respond, Yu Fei slapped Yun Chang harshly. She insulted her and warned her to stay away from Xiao Ting, claiming that he was her man. Yufei threatened to punish Xiaoting if she ever saw him with Yunchang again. Xiaoting tried to calm Yufei, assuring her that she was the only one in his heart and that other women were insignificant to him. Overwhelmed with despair, Yunchang cried uncontrollably, unable to understand how everything had gone so wrong. She begged for help, pleading for anyone to assist her and her family. Suddenly, Zhuofan stormed forward and slapped Xiaoting, knocking him to the ground. Xiaoting, shocked, demanded to know who Zhuofan was and why he had hit him. Zhuofan's eyes glowed red with anger as he sneered, calling Xiaoting and Yufei an adulterous couple. His voice was cold and menacing as he declared that no one dared to humiliate his young lady. As Xiaoting stood up, he reflected on the remarkable speed and strength of the young man before him. Despite being of similar age and considered a genius himself, he found it impossible to react in time to Zhuofan's attacks. The 2 slaps he received were evidence that Zhuofan had reached a level far beyond his comprehension, a level that left Xiaoting stunned and questioning how such progress had been achieved. Zhuofan turned away, his thoughts consumed by the turmoil in his heart. As someone possessing a demon heart, he had endured all the sufferings of the world and believed himself impervious to emotions such as pity. Yet seeing Yunchang being humiliated stirred an inexplicable pain within him. He realized this feeling could only be linked to the former owner of the body he now inhabited. Grinding his teeth, he acknowledged that the lingering effects of the heart magic would likely keep him entangled with the Luo family for a long time. Walking toward Yunchang, Zhuofan wiped the tears from her face and took her by the arm, urging her to leave. Before they could go, Yufei stopped them, asking if they thought they could just leave that easily after hitting them. Yunchang asks her what she wants. Yufei, her voice filled with malice, demanded that Yunchang kneel and kowtow 3 times, insisting that Zhuofan do the same. Her intention was clear, to humiliate them before letting them go. Yunchang turned back, her anger evident, and refused to comply. Unfazed, Yufei mocked her, insisting that she wouldn't be allowed to leave if she didn't kneel. Xiaoting chimed in, warning Yunchang that her stubbornness would endanger her brother's life. He suggested that she should not sacrifice her family's safety for her pride. Pang Tongling becomes angry, telling the couple that their act is outrageous. As Yunchang hugged her brother and prepared to kneel, Zhuofan's rage erupted. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and grabbed Yufei and Xiaoting by their faces. Shocked by his actions, they were unable to react before Zhuofan slammed them both to the ground with incredible force. Their heads hit the ground, leaving them bleeding and groaning in pain. Yufei screamed in fury, vowing that no amount of begging would save them now. Her threats were cut short as Zhuofan delivered a swift kick to Xiaoting's face, sending him sprawling. Zhuofan stood over them, his voice cold and unyielding. He declared that they were unworthy of his submission and dismissed their arrogance with disdain. His eyes burned with fury, leaving everyone around him in stunned silence. Suddenly, a voice boomed in the distance, demanding to know who dared to disrupt the Kai family. The head of the family appeared, his presence commanding attention. Xiaoting immediately called out to him, identifying Zhuofan as the troublemaker. Zhuofan glanced at the man and effortlessly identified him as an 8th-layer bone-tempering cultivator. The revelation shocked the Kai family head, who wondered how Zhuofan could easily discern his cultivation level. Despite his unease, the man masked his fear with a cold demeanor, questioning Zhuofan's identity. Zhuofan calmly introduced himself as the Luo family's steward, a title that startled the Kai family head. He had heard rumors of the Luo family's mysterious newly recruited steward, but had not expected someone so young or powerful. He thinks that under normal circumstances, he would never dare provoke a person of unknown origin like Zhuofan, but unfortunately, there are forces he's even more afraid of angering here. Yufei rushed to the Kai family's head, pleading for punishment against Zhuofan and his companions. The man reassured her with a pat on the head, then turned his attention to Yunchang. His tone was harsh as he reminded her of the Kai family's past kindness toward her and her brother. He says that she not only did not return the favor, but she even ended up causing problems for him. Zhuofan, silently observing, remarked that it seemed the head of the Kai family was growing older and was still bullying a little girl. Stepping forward, he declared that if the Kai family head had anything to say, he should address it to him directly. Zhou Fan also warned him not to pretend to be benevolent, especially when it came to the issue of the marriage contract. The head of the Kai family finally spoke, his tone filled with arrogance. He stated that since Zhou Fan had caused a commotion, he, as the elder, would not be compassionate today. He declared that everyone's lives were in his hands and made it clear that he wouldn't take advantage of them. Instead, he presented them with two choices: fight or die. He advised them to prepare to face his strength. Pang Tongling shouted in protest, pointing out that with the head's power at the 8th layer, it was clear he intended to kill them. Yun Chang pleaded desperately, begging for mercy and explaining that her brother Yun Hai was still young and innocent. Zhou Fan, however, smirked and calmly declared that it was fine, as he would be the first to act. Without hesitation, he leaped upward to attack the head of the Kai family. The master grew furious, questioning how Zhou Fan dared to attack him. However, Zhou Fan skillfully dodged the retaliatory strike and landed gracefully. The master grumbled, mentioning that it was difficult enough for Zhou Fan to survive his attack, but the others wouldn't have his luck. Zhou Fan, unfazed, smirked and retorted that he didn't believe in luck, only in strength. The master glanced at his hand and was horrified to see it covered in blood. Zhou Fan calmly directed his attention to Xiao Ting, who was coughing up blood. Panic overtook the master as he shouted at Zhou Fan, demanding to know what he had done. Zhou Fan strode toward him and coldly explained that he merely wanted to demonstrate that he could take the life of the master's son at any moment. He warned the master to tread carefully. As Xiao Ting's condition worsened, the master, in desperation, shouted at Zhou Fan to stop telling him that he believed him. Zhou Fan smiled, satisfied, and signaled for his companions to leave. Before departing, he paused to address the Kai family head, warning him that if he ignored his advice, Zhou Fan would finish him off in the future, and with that, the Luo family left. Yu Fei turned to the Kai family head and asked if it was wise to let them go. The elder replied that in his laziness, he had underestimated the situation. However, he admitted that letting the tiger return to the mountain might have been a grave mistake. If Zhou Fan was not eliminated soon, he could become a serious threat to their family in the future, and he vowed to devise a plan. Grinding her teeth in anger, Yu Fei expressed her frustration, accusing the Kai family head of being afraid to act. She sneered, declaring that her family's elders, who belonged to one of the 7 imperial families, would not hesitate to deal with Zhou Fan. Seething with rage, she vowed to make him pay for daring to strike her and for offending someone of her family's status. As Zhou Fan stepped out, he asked Yun Chang if she knew about the 7 imperial families. Startled, she shouted at him, demanding to know how he had come across such information. Pang Tongling and the young master looked at her curiously, asking what she meant. After a brief pause, she reluctantly explained that when they were still within the Cloud Manor, they had no connection to the 7 imperial families. However, now that they were living in this territory, encountering even a single member of the 7 imperial families, or even one of their servants, meant they must avoid them at all costs. Pang Tongling was shocked, remarking that the young miss had always been calm and composed, even when facing the Kai family, the most powerful family in Feng City. He had not expected her to appear so shaken. Yun Chang went on to clarify that no matter how strong families like the Luo or Kai family were, they were still just secular families. In contrast, during the early days of the Tianyu Empire's foundation, 7 ministers received special consent from the imperial family, granting them the power to rival the empire itself. These 7 imperial families had territory and influence far beyond that of ordinary families. Defying them was equivalent to defying the empire itself. Pang Tongling shouted in disbelief, asking if there was truly anyone in the land who could rival the imperial family. Yun Chang affirmed that the 7 imperial families were untouchable and no one could oppose them. Everyone knew of their dominance. Zhou Fan asked if the Sun family was part of the 7 imperial families. Both Pang Tongling and Yun Chang stared at him in surprise, with Yun Chang demanding to know why he was asking. Pang Tongling interjected, saying that if the woman they had encountered was indeed part of one of the 7 imperial families, then Yun Chang would have stopped Zhou Fan from striking her earlier. This revelation left both Yun Chang and Zhou Fan momentarily stunned. Zhou Fan replied that the Sun family was indeed connected to one of the 7 imperial families. Yun Chang, clearly anxious, asked how he knew this. He explained that he had heard the woman shout about letting them feel the strength of the 7 imperial families. Pang Tongling panicked, exclaiming they had unintentionally offended one of the 7 imperial families. Yun Chang, now trembling, grabbed Zhou Fan's hand and urged him to go with her so they could apologize to Miss Sun. However, Zhou Fan stopped her, stating that it was useless. He explained that even if they went to apologize, death would be their only outcome. The young master then asked Zhou Fan, calling him brother, what they should do in this situation. Zhou Fan, taken aback, questioned him, asking why he was calling him brother, now when he had always referred to him as a slave dog. Yunhai replied earnestly that calling him brother was an honor, as Zhuo Fan had saved them, and now Yunhai considered him family. He added that he wouldn't even mind if Zhou Fan became his brother-in-law. With heartfelt sincerity, he begged Zhou Fan to save them once more. Yun Chang freaked out and told Zhou Fan to stop talking nonsense. Zhou Fan asked Yun Chang if anyone from the 7 families was still around, and she replied that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, the #1 treasure house, was still active. They were known to be both strong and wealthy. Zhou Fan patted Yunhai's head and suggested they return for now, explaining that they would go to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion tomorrow. Yun Chang asked what they would do there, to which Zhou Fan replied that they would form an alliance. The next day, they arrived at the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. As the guards looked at them, Zhou Fan thought to himself that it was impressive, as expected from one of the 7 families, stating that even the guards were strong. Suddenly, one of the guards shouted at them to stop and demanded to know their business. Zhou Fan calmly replied that they should inform the leader that Miss Yun Chang from the Luo family was there to meet him. The guards were shocked, thinking that this was the first time they had encountered a crazy person who spoke to them without even looking them in the eye. One of the guards chuckled and remarked that he had never heard of the Luo family and didn't see any reason to let them in, telling them to leave. Go Fan stared at the guards angrily, insisting they ask their master, as 2 servants like them didn't have the authority to decide. One of the guards unleashes his power, asking Zhuo Fan what he said. Zhuo Fan then unleashed his power and asked, "Is this how Veiled Dragon Pavilion treats its guests? This is very disappointing." At that moment, a woman appeared outside and instructed the guards to stop. The guards bowed to her and explained that these visitors had come to cause trouble. She acknowledged hearing the guards' remark and reminded them that visitors were guests and should not be treated rudely. The guards agreed. The young woman smiled at Zhou Fan, mentioning that they had met again. Zhou Fan, realizing the opportunity, was surprised to learn that she was from the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. She bowed to him and introduced herself as Long Nui, explaining that she was just performing a task at the Veiled Dragon Pavilion and asked what he was doing there. Zhou Fan introduced himself as the steward of the Luo family, mentioning that he had heard that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion was the #1 treasure house in the Tianyu Empire, so he had accompanied the young miss of the Luo clan to sell something. Long Nui stated that the item he wanted to sell should be checked by her first. As they walked inside, the guards were shocked, wondering if the boy was a friend of the young miss. However, they were confused, as they couldn't understand how such a noble young lady could have a poor companion. They smirked, thinking that when the treasures they took out didn't suit the tastes of their Miss Long Nui, they would naturally be kicked out, and at that time, they both agreed to teach them a lesson, especially that arrogant boy, Zhuo Fan. One of the guards joked around, saying that with how poor the Luo family members looked, they would have to be incredibly lucky even to have a piece of jade. Once they reached the meeting room, Long Nui asked Zhou Fan to please take out the treasures he had so she could appraise them. Zhou Fan assessed her carefully, thinking that although she didn't seem cunning, she was very clever. He also thinks that what happened earlier with the guards was her test to ascertain the next place for them to do business. He then thinks that although this girl seems to be extraordinary, she's still too inexperienced when compared to him. Zhou Fan handed her a scroll, and as she examined it, she wondered if she was correct in her assumptions. Pang Tongling whispered to Yun Chang, asking if that wasn't just some crap that Zhou Fan scribbled last night. He questioned how Long Nui could take it so seriously. Long Nui sighed and asked Zhou Fan to name his price. Zhou Fan bowed and told her that, as an expert, she should make a fair offer. Long Nui offered him 100,000 spiritual stones. Pang Tongling and Yun Chang were shocked at the enormous amount being offered. Zhou Fan smirked and dismissed the offer as too little. He explained that she was not offering the right price, so he would not accept such an offer. He further mentioned that since she is not being fair, they should stop this business. When Long Nui mentions that it's just a sketch of a first-level formation array, so 100,000 is enough, and that it was hand-drawn, adding that this is not a jade shop where he can expect to play around, she believes 100,000 is sufficient. Zhou Fan chuckles, telling her not to lie to him and to return the image of the formation sketch quickly. She then agrees to pay 300,000, but Zhou Fan responds that she still lacks sincerity. Long Nui trembles, realizing that the picture is indeed a first-level formation, but there are still many images she's never seen before. Even if she loses a lot of money, she has to obtain this formation, and this devilish boy is really suspicious and reluctant to part with it. She then shouts at Yun Chang, telling her that the formation is worth at most 300,000, and within the Tianyu Empire, only they can purchase it, offering a deal they cannot get elsewhere. She then touches Yun Chang's face and says she does big business with their pavilion, so they will naturally be VIP guests. In the future, the pavilion will always be open to them. Yun Chang thinks that they will finally have someone to rely upon, and she turns to Zhou Fan, asking if he agrees. Zhou Fan tells her to shut up and tells Long Nui that he is the steward of the Luo family and is responsible for all the family's affairs. He insists that she return the sketch to him. Long Nui hands it back to him, saying that his request doesn't make sense to her as he is asking for too much money. She assures him, with the pavilion's reputation at stake, that this first-level formation is only worth 300,000 at most. As she leaves, Zhou Fan apologizes, saying that he was under the impression that she was trying to swindle them. He then explains to her that she must not have understood it and asks if the master of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion is present. Long Nui turns back, angry, asking what he means, clearly not understanding. Her body trembles as she tries to calm herself, and she tells him that he has good eyes but should not be too arrogant. Zhou Fan chuckles, saying that he simply wants to meet the master of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. As a wave of embarrassment washes over her, she turns and mentions that she will go ask him and that he should wait there. Yun Chang asks Zhou Fan if they have offended the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. After a while, a man enters. Yun Chang looks at him in shock, saying his name, Shenyan Longju. Pang Tongling mentions that he is the master of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion in this city. Zhou Fan stares at him, thinking that as expected of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, they have a powerful master. This person's cultivation level is much higher than the head of the Kai family. The difference in power is vast, and even he can't discern his cultivation level. When the master calls the young miss's name, she bows in respect. He then looks at Zhou Fan and asks if he's the new steward of the Luo family, to which he replies that he is. As Longju sits down, he remarks that as long as the steward of the Luo family is not that old fart's son, anyone can hold that position. He mentions that he heard Zhou Fan doubts the appraisal of Miss Long Nui, asking if that is true. Zhou Fan replies affirmatively, causing Longju to laugh. He mentions that although Long Nui has had a short career, she has a unique perspective and is certain in her views. However, since Zhou Fan still doubts her, Longju suggests he will take a look at the drawing. As Zhou Fan opens the scroll, Longju takes a look and becomes shocked. Long Nui calls him uncle, asking him to believe what she had told him, that the first level formation array is worth 300,000. Longju looks sharply at Juofan, and Juofan looks back at him, not showing any reaction. Longju responds that he never expected the Luo family to possess something like this, and then offers Juofan 1.8 million for the scroll. Pang Tongling and Young Chang are both shocked by the amount that was being offered. Long Nui tries to say something, but Longju stops her. Juofan tells him that it's too low. Pang Tongling wonders how could such an amount be too low. Longju says he understands, but 1.8 million is the price this old man can offer. Yunchang smiles and tells him they will sell it to Master Ju for 1.8 million. Suddenly, Juofan strikes the table, stating that they should cancel the transaction if he cannot pay a higher price. Yunchang tries to stop him, but suddenly, Longju becomes angry, mentioning that he has decided to keep the scroll. He stands up from his seat, preparing to attack Juofan, exuding an enormous amount of pressure felt by everyone in the room. Juofan asks him to stop, stating that if he does this, it will damage the name of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Longju looks at him and asks if he's not scared. Juofan replies that the pavilion is a business family in the empire, and if he behaves badly, it will damage the family's reputation. He adds that his life is hardly worth anything, but the old man is betting his family's reputation against him. Juofan then asks the old man if he isn't scared. Longju laughs, calling him a good boy, with everyone around them watching. He then returns to his seat, saying that with someone like Juofan supporting the Luo clan family, there's no need to worry about them not making a comeback. Longju mentions that he knows Juofan didn't just come to Veiled Dragon Pavilion to sell this array formation, so he asks him what his condition is. Juofan replies that the price of the formation is 10 million, and they could pay 1 million today and then slowly pay the rest later. He adds that he will consider this as the Veiled Dragon Pavilion being in their debt. Juofan hands the scroll to Longju, and Longju says that until this debt is paid, Veiled Dragon Pavilion will help him as much as possible, and orders Long Nui to pay them 1 million, and she says okay. As they leave, Long Nui follows Longju and asks why he agreed to pay 10 million when she had never seen such a formation before. Longju tells her to look at the sketches carefully. He fears that this is the only array in the Tianyu Empire. She turns back, looking at him in shock, realizing this is a sketch of an ancient array formation. Longju explains that the method of creating ancient formations has long been lost, but they can still be seen in ancient books. There is no doubt that this is an ancient array diagram, and it is an invaluable treasure, far beyond 10 million. Long Nui is shocked and says that she didn't expect the sketch to be so valuable. Longju asks her to tell Ajay to find 4 or 5 strong people to protect the Luo family, as they offended the Sun family yesterday. She asks why they should protect them, to which Longju asks if she doesn't understand their intention. He explains that this is the way they can pay their debt to the Luo family. The next day, Juofan is practicing in his room when suddenly someone rushes towards his room and opens the door. Pang Tongling shouts that something bad is happening, saying they are surrounded by the Sun family. Juofan smiles, mentioning that the troublemakers have finally come. Pang Tongling asks him why he is so calm, and Juofan replies that it's because he's been waiting for them. He then turns around, asking him to call the young miss and young master. Pang Tongling mentions that Juofan is very talented, so it also gives him courage. Outside the mansion, the Sun family is shouting at the Luo family to come out. Yufei yells that they were arrogant yesterday. Suddenly, the doors open and the 4 of them walk out. Yunchang asks Yufei what seems to be the problem that she had to bring so many people with her. Yufei is annoyed by the question, as Yunchang should know the answer to that, adding that she wouldn't forget what they did to her at the Kai's residence. She declares that today, she will not let the Luo family leave and will destroy them all. Yunchang looks at Juofan, thinking that everything will be okay as long as he's not panicking. She then tells Yufei that her family has lived in Wingaze City for 100 years, so it will not be easy for her to destroy them, adding that the Sun family has only been in Wingaze City for a few decades, so she should be careful with their words. Young Chang's words enrage Yufei, and Yufei runs towards her, shouting that she wants to tell her today that a chicken will never be a phoenix. Pang Tongling gets ready to defend Yung Chang, but suddenly, Yufei is stopped by her cousin, and the cousin asks Yun Chang to forgive Yufei for being rude, as they are only here to look for the steward of the Luo family and seek justice for Yufei. He says this will not involve her, so as long as she hands over her steward, he promises not to hurt anyone. Yufei shouts at her cousin, mentioning that they had agreed to destroy the Luo family. But her cousin stops her again, mentioning that if Yun Chang agrees, this could be a great opportunity to recreate a good future for the Luo family. Yun Chang replies that dealing with Zhou Fan is the same as dealing with their family, as he is a part of their family and is connected to her. The man asks her not to fight, saying that if she knows his identity, she will not dare to fight him. He then introduces himself as Zaixia Yuquan, a disciple of Hell Valley. Yun Chang is shocked and mentions that he is a member of one of the 7 families of the empire. Yufei laughs, asking her if she is afraid now. Yun Chang realizes that the Sun family is connected to one of the 7 families of the empire, and that's why even the head of the Kai family is so respectful towards Yufei. She calls Zhou Fan names, but he steps forward, introducing himself as the family's steward, and asks Zaixia Yuquan how he wants to finish this fight, a one-on-one fight with him. Zaixia Yuquan replies that, as her cousin mentioned, he is very arrogant. If he loses to someone like him, it will bring shame to Hell Valley. Suddenly, he rushes towards Zhou Fan to attack him, but Zhou Fan dodges the attack and backs up. Zaixia Yuquan smiles, mentioning that it turns out Zhou Fan could dodge it. Yun Chang asks Zhou Fan if he is all right, but suddenly, Zhou Fan's hands start to glow as he mentions that this is interesting. Zaixia Yuquan can't understand why Zhou Fan is not afraid. He thinks that Zhou Fan is enjoying the fight and wonders who Zhou Fan really is. Suddenly, Zhou Fan runs towards him, and as he gets closer, it freaks him out. Zhou Fan is moving so fast. He thinks this is bad and tries to block Zhou Fan's attack, which pushes him back. Yufei tells Zaixia Yuquan to be careful, as Zhou Fan also injured Uncle Kairan, the head of the Kai family. Zaixia Yuquan knows he's in trouble now, as he didn't expect to meet someone who could hurt him here. If he had known this earlier, he would have been more cautious. He freaks out, wondering if Zhou Fan could be a demon cultivator. Demon cultivators always pursue power in any way possible, using strict discipline and harsh rules. Fighting against them is like dealing with a group of madmen, so he has to finish it quickly. Zaixia Yuquan activates a strange power in his hand, and Yung Chang looks at it in fear, wondering what that power is, and runs towards Zhou Fan to attack him again, catching him off guard and landing a devastating palm attack on him, making Zhou Fan spit out blood from his mouth. Zaixia Yuquan tells Zhou Fan that his chi flow has now been sealed, and even if he has other skills, he cannot use them. Yufei shouted happily at Zaixia Yuquan to kill Zhou Fan right away. As Zaixia Yuquan was about to do so, Zhou Fan shouted, "Blood Shadow Palm," and suddenly threw Zaixia Yuquan back with immense force. Zaixia Yuquan tried to sit up, bewildered, and mentioned that Zhou Fan's chi flow had been sealed by him. So, how could Zhou Fan use any martial arts skills? Yunhai shouted from behind that Zhou Fan was amazing and that such attacks couldn't stop him. At that moment, Zhou Fan suddenly spat a large amount of blood. Yun Chang, concerned, asked what had happened. Zaixia Yuquan replied that Zhou Fan forced himself to use a martial arts skill even though his chi flow was sealed, which meant he would die soon. Yun Chang was shocked and asked what he was saying. Zaixia Yuquan explained that if he and Zhou Fan had the same level of power, he would have had to use his full strength. But given Zhou Fan's current condition, even though he was injured, Zaixia Yuquan could still easily kill him with one hand. Yun Chang quickly moves to cover Zhou Fan, but Zaixia Yuquan stops in front of her, telling her that he's not going to kill her, and then he pushes Pang Tongling aside, telling him not to block him. Zaixia Yuquan commands Zhou Fan to die and launches an attack, but before his strike can reach its target, someone intervenes and grabs his hand. He recognizes the man as Long Jie and demands to know why he is interfering. Yufei is stunned by the sudden appearance of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, who calmly informs Yuquan that his murderous rampage has gone too far and questions if it isn't already enough. Annoyed, Yuquan retorts that it is none of Longji's business and that he has no right to interfere. However, Longji asserts that Uncle Ju has ordered him to protect the Liu family, and if Yuquan wishes to kill them, he will have to go through him first. Shocked by Longji's declaration, Yuquan sneers, reminding him they are equals in power and questioning whether Longji truly believes he can protect these people. Longji, unfazed, points out that Yuquan should not forget that he is already injured and inquires if he genuinely thinks he can defeat him in such a state. Yuquan glares at Longji, but before he can respond, Longji cuts him off, stating that he already knows what Yuquan intends to say. He reminds him that despite the power of top-class cultivators, they can only exert up to 12 times their normal power in critical situations. Longji warns that if Yuquan insists on fighting to the death here, it will undoubtedly lead to a large-scale battle, and questions whether Yuquan is prepared to face the consequences of such actions. Taken aback, Yuquan grits his teeth as he processes Longji's words. He realizes the fragile tension between the two families and acknowledges that while a war is inevitable, now is not the time. If he disrupts their affairs and ruins their plans, it will surely spark the conflict prematurely. Just as Yuquan appears to accept the gravity of the situation, a sudden strike from behind pierces his body. Blood gushes from the wound, shocking everyone present. Holding the weapon, Zhuofan coldly remarks that if Yuquan's master never taught him how devil cultivators fight, then this is the result of hesitation, death. Trembling and staggering from the blow, Yuquan turns to Zhuofan in disbelief, asking how he could do this. He comments that Zhuofan is clearly on the verge of death himself and expresses astonishment at how Zhuofan suddenly gained such power and speed. He realizes too late that he has fallen into Zhuofan's trap and laments that he and even Longji have been swept into it. Visibly shaken, Longji watches the unfolding scene. Yuquan, barely able to stand, pleads with Longji for help, but Zhuofan interrupts coldly, ordering him to die. With one decisive slash, Zhuofan puts Yuquan out of his misery, and his lifeless body collapses to the ground. Yufei, overwhelmed by the shocking turn of events, cries out Yuquan's name before fainting. Longji, still reeling from the confrontation, looks at Zhuofan, who turns to him and calmly acknowledges his presence. Zhuofan asks if Longji was sent by Uncle Jiu to protect them, then thanks him for his assistance. He delivers a message to Uncle Jiu, stating that there is no longer any need to send anyone to protect them before turning and walking away. The scene shifts to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, where Longju slams his desk in a fit of rage. His anger burns as he declares that a mere child has caused trouble today and completely disrupted his carefully laid plans. Long Nui tries to reason, stating that Xiao Nui will not understand and questioning what Zhuofan's actions, killing people, have to do with them. Longju stammers in frustration, asking if she truly doesn't understand. He explains that Longji was present at the scene and everyone saw him. Then, Zhuofan killed Yuquan in front of everyone. He demands to know who she thinks will be held responsible for this disaster. Dumbfounded, Long Nui hesitantly replies that the Luo family will bear the blame. Longji shakes his head, adding that there's no way anyone will believe that someone from a common family dared to kill a member of one of the 7 great families. Long Nui looks at him, shaking her head in denial. Longji continues, warning her that not only will the Luo family be blamed, but neither the people of Hell Valley nor the Sun family will believe the truth either. Instead, they will point fingers at the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Long Nui sighs in frustration and says that if this is how things are going to unfold, it's truly unfortunate. She asks why they should be held accountable for something they didn't even do. Longju interjects, declaring that it isn't a matter of luck. He asserts that Zhuofan orchestrated this entire situation from the beginning. He explains that, according to Longji, Zhuofan had already calculated every move. Even though Yuquan was ready to attack, Zhuofan wouldn't have been able to dodge it. But after Longji blocked Yuquan's strike, Zhuofan retreated, recovered, and launched a counterattack with strength far greater than before. Long Jie insists that Zhuo Fan had planned everything in advance. Long Nui is in disbelief. She stammers, realizing that Zhuo Fan must have known Long Jie would come to his aid and deliberately set up a trap to eliminate Yu Quan. Long Ju, visibly annoyed, calls her foolish and corrects her. He reveals that Zhuo Fan's plan wasn't aimed solely at Yu Quan, but at creating conflict between the two great families. By doing so, the Luo family could escape the ensuing chaos. Long Nui is stunned and questions how such a thing is possible. She asks if Zhuo Fan isn't afraid of offending two powerful families. Long Ju calmly explains that Zhuo Fan has already prepared for the consequences. He recalls that when Zhuo Fan initially came to sell the Erase Scroll, he must have realized how much Long Ju values the honor of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Zhuo Fan knew that failing to act would damage the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's reputation, forcing them to guarantee the Luo family's safety until the end. Long Ju finds himself intrigued as he reflects on Zhuo Fan's cunningness. He admits that from the very beginning, he had suspected Zhuo Fan of being the most dangerous individual he had ever met. Meanwhile, Long Jie recalls the scene of Zhuo Fan killing Yu Quan as the others leave. The scene shifts to Zhuo Fan, who angrily yells at everyone to leave. After the room empties, he sits down to cultivate, calling himself weak. In his thoughts, he reflects on his belief that strength alone would guarantee victory. However, the reality of his near-death experience shatters that notion. He clenches his teeth and bitterly acknowledges his weakness. He realizes that, in an attempt to evade the Kai and Sun families, he has been dragged into the power struggle of the seven great families. Now, he faces an enemy far beyond his current capabilities. Zhuo Fan admits that it is impossible for him to protect both himself and the Luo family in his current state. He resolves to grow stronger and quickly. With determination, Zhuo Fan gathers energy in both hands and performs several cultivation techniques. The scene shifts again, this time to Xiao Ting, who is the ex-fiancé of Yun Chang, and he suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood and collapses to the ground. Zhuo Fan's baby manifestation appears before the fallen Xiao Ting. Zhuo Fan coldly declares that he will not kill him yet. Instead, he wants him to live long enough to witness how he destroys the Kai family. Zhuo Fan's blood baby flies ominously through the air, its sinister presence unsettling the surroundings. A Kai family guard, noticing something amiss, grows suspicious. He wonders aloud where the other patrols are, realizing it is not yet time for a shift change. Suddenly, a faint sound catches his attention, and he startles. Spinning around, he shouts into the darkness, demanding whoever is there to reveal themselves. However, no one answers, and there is nothing in sight. He hesitates before brushing off his fears, convincing himself that no one would dare to intrude on the Kai family's residence. Just as he begins to relax, a blood trail silently reaches him. He trembles violently before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Zhuo Fan observes from a distance and mutters coldly that this is the 50th person he's killed. He admires the power of his blood baby, smirking as he remarks that it can eliminate a practitioner in an instant. He acknowledges that he hasn't yet recovered from his previous battle and still requires blood and qi to fully heal himself. He adds that this method is also an efficient way to annihilate the Kai family. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan senses a surge of spiritual pressure and freezes in surprise. The presence is unmistakable. It belongs to a master devil cultivator. Intrigued, he cautiously moves closer to investigate. As he observes, he notices a gathering of guards in one area and wonders why so many of them are concentrated there. "Things are getting more interesting," he murmurs, his curiosity piqued. Spotting a window, Zhuo Fan carefully peeks inside to assess the situation. Inside, Kai Rong is seen addressing Elder Jane. His voice is wary as he asks why Elder Jane has come here with Sun Jiazhu and whether there is a particular problem. Elder Jane responds with a calm smile, his tone measured yet laced with menace. He remarks that Chai Rong should already be aware of the situation. He then reveals that his disciple Yu Quan has been killed by the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, prompting a flicker of shock in Kai Rong's expression. Kai Rong hesitantly asks if it wasn't the Luo family responsible for the death. Elder Jane's smile sharpens as he dismisses the idea, questioning whether the Luo family would even dare to commit such an act. He explains that Hell Valley and Veiled Dragon Pavilion have been locked in a long-standing feud, with neither side willing to make the first move for fear of upsetting the delicate balance among the 7 great families. However, now that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion has killed his disciple, the meaning of this act is undeniable. From his vantage point, Zhuo Fan listens intently, and his suspicions are confirmed. This is precisely the outcome he anticipated. He reflects on the arrogance of the 7 great families, whose long-standing dominance has blinded them to the possibility of external threats. Their hubris leads them to believe in conspiracies rather than the truth, and Zhuo Fan notes that this mindset also applies to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Back inside, Kairong warily inquires about the purpose of Elder Jane's visit. Holding a delicate porcelain cup in his hand, Elder Jane responds evenly, stating that he requires Tairong's assistance. He explains that he only needs Kairong to spy on the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Elder Jane emphasizes that he cannot reveal himself directly, as doing so would undoubtedly ignite a large-scale war. Kairong hesitates, his expression conflicted. He voices his concerns, stating that Elder Jane is asking him to interfere with the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, a move that could bring ruin to his own family. He questions why he should be dragged into such a precarious situation. Seeing through his hesitation, Elder Jane sharpens his tone and issues an order. He instructs Kairong to take care of the Luo family first and then monitor the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's reaction. The weight of the command hangs heavily in the air as Kairong contemplates his next move. Tairong is stunned, never having expected the Luo family to be allied with the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. The realization sends a chill down his spine. Any action against the Luo family would now be equivalent to offending the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. His gaze shifts nervously towards Sun Jiaju, and he tells himself that Sun's granddaughter has close ties with Hell Valley. He suggests that Sun Jiaju should be the one to handle the Luo family, and says that Sun's granddaughter was the cause of all this chaos. Sweat beads on Kairong's forehead as he contemplates the implications of the alliance between the Luo family and the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Trying to deflect responsibility, Chairong nervously adds that he harbors a deep hatred for Zhuo Fan. He recounts how, just days ago, Zhuo Fan used some unknown skill to injure his child, causing him to vomit blood, and how even now, his child has not recovered. Chairong confesses his fear, admitting that if he provokes Zhuo Fan again, he risks his child being killed in a cruel way. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan, observing the scene from the shadows, smirks coldly and muses to himself. He had only injected his blood baby into Xiaoting's body, using it to torment him further today. He scoffs at Kairong's excuse, finding it pathetic. Elder Jane, unimpressed by Kairong's excuses, berates him, commanding him to stop evading responsibility. In a desperate attempt to redirect the task, Kairong points to Sun Jiaju, praising him as wise and competent. He insists that Sun Jiaju would be better suited for the job and assures Elder Jane that Sun Jiaju would undoubtedly succeed. Sun Jiaju, caught off guard, spits out his drink in shock and angrily demands an explanation from Kairong. Elder Jane, now visibly irritated, berates them both, calling them useless. He declares that he no longer requires their assistance and will find someone else for the task. Elder Jane shifts the conversation, asking if the spiritual martial arts book is ready. Kairong quickly informs him that the book has been completed and hands it over. Elder Jane inspects the book, his satisfaction evident, and accepts it gladly. In return, he presents Kairong with a far superior martial arts manual, one that surpasses what Kairong currently practices. Grateful, Kairong thanks him profusely. From his concealed vantage point, Zhuo Fan watches the exchange and wonders about the significance of trading martial arts manuals. His attention sharpens when Sun Jiaju addresses Elder Jane, cautiously inquiring about whom he intends to assign the task of dealing with the Luo family. Elder Jane assures him that the individual tasked with it is someone from Hell Valley. Sun Jiaju, still uneasy, asks if involving someone from Hell Valley would jeopardize their plan by exposing their involvement. Elder Jane dismisses the concern, explaining that the person in question is a chess piece they planted long ago, someone currently residing on the Black Wind Mountain. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan is stunned. However, Elder Jane, sensing his presence, abruptly fires a blazing fireball toward his location. Zhuo Fan reacts quickly, retreating from the attack, but Elder Jane's incredible speed allows him to close the gap almost immediately. The commotion confuses the guards as Zhuo Fan makes a desperate move, diving into the body of one of them. Moments later, the guard's body violently explodes, allowing Zhuo Fan to escape in the chaos. Kai Rong, bewildered, turns to Elder Jane and asks about the strange creature they just encountered. Elder Jane shakes his head and admits that he has no clue. He speculates that it must be some kind of skill used by a devil cultivator. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan's blood baby returns to him, much to his relief. He recognizes how fortunate he is that it managed to escape unscathed. Had Elder Jane destroyed it, Zhuo Fan himself might not have survived. He reflects on the connection between himself and the blood baby, saying that when he refined the blood baby, it became his heart chakra. So if the blood baby dies, so will he. But if his heart chakra explodes and the blood baby survives, he will not instantly die. Realizing the magnitude of the threat posed by Elder Jane and the other great families, Zhuo Fan vows to grow stronger. For now, the balance between Hell Valley and the Veiled Dragon Pavilion remains stable, but he knows it won't last. The knowledge that someone from Blackwind Mountain will soon come for the Luo family steals his resolve. Gathering energy, Zhuo Fan envelops his body in flames, his eyes burning with determination. He clenches his fists and smirks, feeling the surge of power within him. Thanks to the blood baby, his strength has doubled, and in just 10 days, he has broken through the Qi collection stage. He addresses the Black Wind Mountain, laughs darkly, and declares to come at him if they aren't afraid of dying. He opens the door, and Yunchang collapses in front of him, clutching her side and exclaiming that it hurts. Zhuo Fan looks at her with mild irritation and asks what she is doing there. He is irritated with himself for being careless, as even Yunchang was able to sneak up on him. He remarks that if she had been an enemy, he would have already been dead. Blushing slightly, Yunchang explained that she was worried his wounds might worsen, so she had been guarding and waiting outside the entire time. She hastily adds that since he appears fine now, she will take her leave. Zhuo Fan, narrowing his eyes, questions her statement and asks if she truly stayed there all night. Embarrassed, Yunchang doesn't reply and quickly runs away with her cheeks flushed. Pang Tongling enters the scene, relieved to see Zhuo Fan in good condition. He expresses his concern, saying that Zhuo Fan's wounds had been severe enough to make him fear for his life. He also reveals that Yunchang had kept watch over him throughout the night, worried something bad might happen. As Pang Tongling begins to look around, wondering where she has gone, Zhuo Fan calmly informs him that she has already left. A faint smile plays on his lips before he suddenly becomes flustered. Internally, he curses his demon heart, questioning how he could be moved by a woman's care. His heartbeat quickens, and he attributes the feeling to the lingering emotions of the body's original host. Pang Tongling, noticing Zhuo Fan's strange behavior, asks if something is wrong. Zhuo Fan brushes off the question and tells him to follow him to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Pang Tongling, still concerned, inquires about the young miss and master, wondering what they will do in the meantime. Zhuo Fan reassures him, stating that after the previous day's events, no one will dare to touch them, not even the 7 families. Pang Tongling smacks Zhuo Fan on the back and remarks that he really trusts Zhuo Fan. He adds that if anything goes wrong, no one but Zhuo Fan is able to bear the responsibility. He points out how Zhuo Fan, who could once only sweep the courtyard, has now become someone of considerable talent. However, Zhuo Fan thinks to himself that the person Tongling speaks of is not truly him. The scene transitions to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, where the guards, upon seeing Zhuo Fan, respectfully step aside and allow him to pass. Zhuo Fan, raising an eyebrow, sarcastically comments that they did not show him such respect a few days ago. The guards explain that they didn't know him back then, but now recognize him as a VIP guest, which means they cannot stop him. Annoyed by their explanation, Zhuo Fan strides past them, muttering under his breath and calling them useless trash. As he walks inside, he catches sight of Long Nui, who also notices him. Their gazes meet briefly, but she quickly averts her eyes and strides away, ignoring him entirely. Pang Tongling, puzzled, asks if they might have offended her somehow. Zhuo Fan brushes off the question, countering by asking if the people here are not well trained in hospitality. This prompts Long Nui to snap at him, asking if he truly thinks he is a guest. Zhuo Fan, unimpressed, retorts that she is still an innocent girl, a comment that visibly irritates her. She demands to know what he means by that. Zhuo Fan calmly explains that his observation is about her behavior, pointing out that in the world of business, everything depends on mutual interests. He questions how they can expect to survive if they are so easily provoked. Continuing his explanation, he compares her to Long Jie, remarking that Long Jie is far more mature. He notes that Long Jie knew he was being played, but chose to walk away without creating a scene, showcasing his intelligence and composure. Zhuo Fan concludes by stating that the ability to think quickly and gracefully acknowledge defeat is a valuable skill. Zhuo Fan continues by stating that emotions are useless in this situation and advises Long Nui to set aside their personal differences and focus on business. Nervously, she agrees. Suddenly, Long Ju appears and interrupts, requesting to speak with Zhuo Fan. Long Jie notices Zhuo Fan and is shocked. Just yesterday, he was severely injured, but now he seems completely recovered. He wonders if his wounds healed overnight. Zhuo Fan addresses Long Ju, asking if he intends to deny the younger generation the opportunity to handle business matters. Long Ju laughs and declares that such responsibilities are best left to someone experienced like himself, emphasizing that he cannot entrust the family's interests to the younger generation, especially if it poses a risk to the family's head. He then accuses Zhuo Fan of coming with ulterior motives, claiming he knows exactly what Zhuo Fan is planning. Smirking, he comments on Zhuo Fan's clever scheming, but confidently asserts that Zhuo Fan should not think he is smarter than him. Zhuo Fan responds calmly, remarking that Long Ju overestimates him and that he doesn't deserve to be compared to him. He adds that he is surprised Long Ju managed to see through his plan. Long Ju stammers, demanding to know what Zhuo Fan wants. Zhuo Fan explains that he is looking for a new residence for the Luo family and asks if Long Ju can recommend a suitable location. Suspicious, Long Ju questions why he should help them. Zhuo Fan replies that it is because they owe the Luo family, and placing them nearby would make it easier to monitor them. Long Ju is taken aback by Zhuo Fan's insight and begins to suspect that he can even read minds. Since the previous day, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion has yet to take any action against Hell Valley, and Long Ju is unsure when they will make their move. He worries that the Luo family's current lack of residence could inadvertently spark a conflict between the two families. However, Zhuo Fan's sudden involvement unsettles him. Clenching his fists, Long Ju feels a surge of discomfort, unable to accept how easily a young man has outmaneuvered him despite his near-century of experience. Zhuo Fan interrupts Long Ju's thoughts, stating that he has more information to share. Long Nui, intrigued, asks what it is and whether it concerns the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's interests. Zhuo Fan remarks that while the pavilion's influence extends across the empire, there are matters its eyes and ears cannot reach. He hints that the information he holds might not be within their grasp. Long Ju, curious, prompts him to continue. Zhuo Fan then asks if they are aware that Hell Valley is planning an imminent attack. Shocked, Long Jie denies the possibility, asserting that he keeps a close watch on their movements. Long Nui, skeptical of Zhuo Fan's claims, accuses him of attempting to deceive them and demands evidence. Zhuo Fan admits that he has no concrete proof, but mentions that he saw someone with an old appearance whom Kai Rong and others addressed as Elder Jane. The mention of the name triggers something in Long Ju, who suddenly erupts in fury, shouting the name Jane Fan. Zhuo Fan is taken aback by the immense pressure radiating from Long Ju, overwhelmed by his killing intent. He cautiously asks if Long Ju has a history with Jane Fan. Long Ji, with a somber expression, reveals that they are bitter enemies and that Jane Fan was the one who destroyed Long Ju's right eye. Zhuo Fan is surprised by the depth of Long Ju's hatred and apologizes for bringing up the matter. Long Ju, calming slightly, assures Zhuo Fan that it is fine. Since Zhuo Fan has provided valuable information about Jane Fan's appearance, Long Ju decides to trust him. He then offers details about a nearby residence that the Luo family can occupy. Juofan thanks him and prepares to leave, but Longju stops him abruptly, demanding to know where exactly he saw Jane Fan. Juofan reveals that he encountered him at the Kai family estate, but believes he may now be at the Sun family's residence. Longju processes this information, his hands trembling in anger. Turning to Longjie, he orders him to request additional reinforcements from the family, stating that Jane Fan must not leave the city alive. He declares that if he lets Jane Fan escape this time, he will regret it for the rest of his life. As Longju's resolve hardens, Juofan listens to his words and smirks quietly to himself. The guards stand firmly in their positions, maintaining their vigilance, while Yun Chang, with a bright smile, asks if they are going to stay at this residence from now on. Juofan, ignoring her excitement momentarily, turns to Pang Tongling and asks what he thinks about the prospect of becoming the leader of the guards, someone akin to those stationed here. Pang Tongling laughs nervously, shaking his head, and replies that every guard in this place is far stronger than him, and he wouldn't dare dream of becoming their leader. Juofan places a reassuring hand on Pang Tongling's shoulder and tells him not to worry, adding that the day when he achieves such a position will come soon enough. Long Nui suddenly appears, her expression smug, and sarcastically remarks that Juofan is not only fooling others, but also deceiving his own people. She calls him a big liar and mockingly informs them that Pang Tongling's cultivation level can only reach the 6th layer at most, which is his absolute limit. She adds that he is nowhere near the strength of their guards. Her words draw irritated looks from the group. Undeterred, she sneers and mocks them further, stating that such a small family should not harbor grandiose dreams. Juofan steps forward, calling out to Long Nui in a calm but firm tone. He reminds her of an old saying, one should not bully the weak simply because one has the power to do so. He warns her to watch her behavior and not be outrageous. However, Long Nui responds with disdain, accusing them of getting ahead of themselves and indulging in delusions. She explains condescendingly that a great family is not built overnight. It takes hundreds of years. She further insults Juofan, calling him a frog in a well with limited vision, and warns him not to think that mere intelligence will make him great. Yun Chang, clearly worried, calls out to Juofan, but he appears visibly angered by Long Nui's biting words. Before he can respond, Longjie steps in and tells Long Nui to stop. Juofan then turns to Yun Chang and asks for permission to use the Lingxi. Upon receiving her consent, he leaps into the air and lands gracefully atop the roof. Long Nui, taken aback by his sudden action, yells at him, reminding him that this is not his home and he should show some manners. She demands that he come down immediately. Juofan, however, ignores her, studying the formation etched into the roof. After a brief examination, he quickly identifies it and explains aloud what it is, shocking Long Nui. She freezes in disbelief, recognizing the formation as one only Longju is capable of setting. Her confusion deepens as she wonders how Juofan could possibly know about it. With a sharp movement, Juofan leaps higher into the air and retrieves some stones, hurling them precisely onto specific points on the ground below. The stones land with a resounding thud, and Long Nui demands to know what he is doing. Juofan, his tone cold and unyielding, responds by questioning whether he really needs to answer her. Ignoring her protests, he raises his hand and activates a technique that leaves both Long Nui and Longji stunned. Light bursts forth from the ground, illuminating the area as a massive dragon emerges from the formation. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Jane Fan, while cultivating, suddenly senses the activation of the array. Alarmed, he wonders who could have triggered it, momentarily suspecting a person named Old Ghost. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, knowing that the individual lacks the ability to accomplish such a feat. Simultaneously, Longju observes the formation from afar and comments that it resembles his handiwork. However, upon closer inspection, he notes subtle differences, remarking that this array is far superior to his own. Elsewhere, an unknown figure watches the phenomenon from a distance and speculates whether the plan has already been executed. However, he shakes his head, reasoning that Jane Fan is not reckless enough to act prematurely, and begins to wonder what is truly unfolding. Back at the residence, Juofan maintains control of the array, skillfully manipulating its energy to create a protective barrier around the area. Long Nui looks stunned, her eyes fixed on Zhuo Fan. She asks him what he has done, but he remains silent, offering no response. Her annoyance quickly flares, and she snaps at him, demanding that he not ignore her. Zhuo Fan, however, turns to Yun Chang instead, bowing respectfully before addressing her. In a composed tone, he informs her that what he saw just now was a third-grade Nine Heavens coiling dragon array. He explains that this level of protection was not sufficient to ensure her safety, so he decided to upgrade it to level 5, though doing so required him to use a significant amount of spirit stones, so he's willing to accept punishment for that. Both Long Jie and Long Nui are taken aback by his words. Long Jie, recovering from his initial shock, remarks that only a select few individuals in the Empire are capable of creating a level 5 formation. He adds that even among the 7 families, no one possesses such skill. He looks at Zhuo Fan in disbelief, wondering how he was able to casually set up a 5th-grade array. The possibility leaves him both skeptical and intrigued. Yun Chang, knowing that Zhuo Fan did this in order to humiliate the Veiled Dragon Pavilion members, decides to play her role, establishing her rightful status as the young miss of the Luo family, and finally speaks. She tells Zhuo Fan that it is acceptable for now, but sternly reminds him that if he uses so many spirit stones without her permission again, he will need to be punished. However, because he utilized it for their benefit this time, she will forgive him. She then instructs the group to move on, and Zhuo Fan agrees, following her alongside the others as they leave. Long Nui, lingering behind, watches Zhuo Fan intently. She is visibly unsettled, her thoughts racing. He has just demonstrated his true capabilities, and now this area is fortified with a level 5 formation. She never imagined someone from a small family could possess such extraordinary talents. The realization leaves her shaken and struggling to reconcile her earlier disdain with the evidence before her. Suddenly, Longju descends from the sky, his expression commanding as he demands to know who created the array. Long Nui opens her mouth to answer, but Long Jie speaks first, informing him that it was Zhuo Fan who set it up. Longju's disbelief is immediate. He points out that it takes years of study and practice to master even basic formations, let alone a level 5 array. He admits that he himself can only create formations of the 3rd level, and he is astounded that someone as young as Zhuo Fan could achieve such a feat as setting up one of the 5th level. Intrigued and intent on investigating further, Longju orders them to summon Zhuo Fan, stating that he wishes to speak with him directly. The scene transitions to a gazebo where Zhuo Fan joins Longju. Longju greets him warmly, addressing him as Brother Zhuo Fan, and invites him to sit down. Long Nui, watching from a distance, is utterly shocked. She knows that Longju has only ever referred to someone as brother when he holds them in the highest regard, a level of respect rarely given. Zhuo Fan takes his seat and calmly asks what Longju wants from him, addressing him as Big Brother. Both Long Jie and Long Nui are visibly startled by his response, their expressions betraying their surprise. Longju chuckles, his tone shifting to one of genuine admiration. He tells Zhuo Fan that since he has called him Big Brother, he will not mind the familiarity and will gladly accept it. He then acknowledges Zhuo Fan's apparent ability to set up a level 5 formation. Such talent, Longju remarks, is extraordinary and unparalleled for someone so young. With a serious expression, Longju leans closer and asks why someone with such remarkable skills would remain in service to the Luo family. Wouldn't it be better, he suggests, for Zhuo Fan to join their ranks instead? He extends his offer, inquiring what Zhuo Fan thinks of it. Zhuo Fan, intrigued by the proposal, listens carefully, his thoughts unreadable as he weighs the possibilities. Longju tells Zhuo Fan to join their Veiled Dragon Pavilion, promising him anything he desires. He assures Zhuo Fan that even the head of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion will treat him with respect. Zhuo Fan understands his intentions, and both Long Jie and Long Nui are astonished when Longju implies that Zhuo Fan will be made a great elder. They wonder how they can make Zhuo Fan a great elder, noting that this is the most esteemed position in the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and that Zhuo Fan looks like a kid who lacks experience, so how can they accept him as a great elder? As Juofan slowly sips his drink, he smirks, having already anticipated this development when he decided to provoke the Sun and Hell Valley families. He confidently declares that he possesses a unique talent unmatched in the Empire, and even speculates that if he were to meet the Emperor would treat him with respect as well. Longju asks for Juofan's thoughts on the offer. With a smirk, Juofan replies that he has one condition. Smiling, Longju assures him that no matter what the condition is, they will fulfill it. Juofan then points at Longnui and states that he wants her to serve him tea, fetch him water, wash his feet, and warm his bed. Enraged, Longnui retorts that such a thing will never happen, not even in his dreams. Longju quickly intervenes, urging her to calm down, while Juofan chuckles and reveals that he is merely joking. He explained that he already had Yunchang and a home and needed nothing else. Instead, he declares that his only desire is for his brothers and sisters in the Luo family to live peacefully. Longju is taken aback, realizing that Juofan's condition is not for himself, but for the benefit of his family. With newfound respect, Longju promises that during the Luo family's stay at the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, he will ensure their safety and guarantee the security of all future generations. Juofan calmly continues drinking as Longju declares that from this moment onward, Juofan will be their great elder. He adds that he will inform the family of this decision in 3 days and will personally escort Juofan to the headquarters. Juofan, however, stops him, reminding Longju that he never agreed to become their elder. Shocked, Longju asks if Juofan is joking. Juofan responds that if Longju had extended this invitation half an hour earlier, he would have accepted it without hesitation. Perplexed, Longju inquires what could have caused such a drastic change in his decision. Juofan, with a cold expression, turns to Longnui and asks if she remembers what she said earlier. Stunned, Longnui remains silent as Juofan continues, shouting that, within the next 10 years, he will elevate the Luo family to surpass even the 7 great families of the Empire. Finishing his drink, he places the glass down with finality and leaves the room. Longju, confused, demands to know what Longnui has said to provoke Juofan's change of heart. Before she can answer, Longji steps in, offering to explain everything. Longju listens intently as the entire situation is recounted to him. Longju speaks sternly, reminding Longnui that he has told her countless times not to wound someone's self-respect. He states that she insulted the Luo family, and it is no wonder Juofan rejected their offer and grew angry at her. Longji interjects, remarking on Juofan's last words, asserting that he will not be able to achieve such a lofty goal. Longju contemplates deeply and concludes that with a genius such as Juofan, the Luo family has the potential to become one of the best common families, even if they fail to become one of the 7 great families in the future. He laments that they came so close to recruiting him as their great elder and having a 5th grade array master in their family. Longnui stands silently, guilt-ridden, as she reflects on her actions. The scene shifts to Juofan, who is walking back to the Luo family residence. On his way, he reassures himself that aligning the Luo family with the Veiled Dragon Pavilion for protection was a wise decision, as it would guarantee their safety. However, as he recalls Longnui's words, he sneers, anger building within him. She had dismissed his ambitions as a mere dream, and through gritted teeth, he declared that if he could not dream, then he would rely on the heavens. With fiery determination, he vows that he will defy the heavens, master the demonic technique, carve his own destiny, and rise above all. His resolve solidifies. He no longer wishes to protect the Luo family merely to rid himself of the heart magic, but to secretly cultivate his demonic technique. Gritting his teeth, he asserts that nothing is impossible. With unyielding determination, he declares that if the heavens stand in his way, he will destroy them. His life is his own to control, not dictated by fate. One day, he swears, he will transform this humble family into the greatest in the empire. Nothing is impossible for him, for he is the demon emperor, Zhuo Yifan. As he arrives home, Yunchang calls out to him. He turns to face her, his expression cold. She asks what Longju wants from him. Juofan reveals that Longju had invited him to become a great elder of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Her demeanor changes instantly, and she congratulates him, expressing her belief that the opportunity far surpasses anything their lowly family could offer. Juofan walks past her and curtly informs her that he has rejected the offer. She is stunned and quickly asks why he made such a decision. Juofan stammers slightly, then retorts sharply, asking if he needs a reason to refuse. Turning to face her with a cold gaze, he sternly warns her not to interfere in his affairs, declaring that his decisions are his alone. Shocked by his tone, she freezes as he yells that he is the steward of the Luo family, and within 10 years, he will elevate the family to surpass the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. With that, he turns his back and leaves, his demeanor cold. She and the others look at him in stunned silence, unable to comprehend his resolve. Time passes, and night falls. Juofan stealthily approaches the Kai family's residence. Observing their frantic behavior, he deduces that they have only just realized their guards are missing. He notes that Kai Rong and his son will likely be terrified once they discover the full extent of the situation. As he scans the area from above, he notices a purple-haired girl moving swiftly. He comments to himself that no one would dare to spy on the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, yet this individual seems bold enough to do so. The girl leaps gracefully into the pavilion's perimeter, and Juofan quickly follows, determined to investigate further. Peering through a window, he observes the girl interacting with others inside. The woman she approaches asks her about the progress of her investigation. At that moment, Juofan realizes the purple-haired spy is a woman. She removes her mask and orders someone to fetch a pen and paper. With precision, she writes down critical information, sketching a detailed layout of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. She points out the locations of the guards and highlights the presence of 4 expert martial artists stationed at the 4 corners of the pavilion. The men around her exchange uncertain glances, their expressions filled with hesitation as they discuss their plan to infiltrate the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. One man nervously voices his concern that they may die before even stepping inside. The woman dismisses his worries, confidently revealing that her brother has arranged for reinforcements from Hell Valley. These reinforcements will create a diversion to draw the guards' attention, allowing them to strike. She coldly instructs them to act swiftly once the opportunity arises, killing all members of the Luo family and capturing Yun Chang alive. Juofan listens intently to their conversation, his mind racing as the gravity of the situation sinks in. The man nervously asks the woman a question that he suspects might displease her. She coldly tells him to proceed, and after hesitating for a moment, he asks about the relationship between Mr. Xiaozhai and Hell Valley. He wonders aloud if the people of Hell Valley will even listen to her brother. Juofan continues eavesdropping, but the unfamiliar names confuse him. The man explains nervously that although Hell Valley assists them, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion is one of the Empire's greatest families. He raises the concern that once they launch the attack, they will inevitably be hunted down, and questions whether Hell Valley will truly support them in the aftermath. Another man chimes in, adding that if Hell Valley abandons them, their deaths will be certain. The woman, unshaken, replies coldly that they are simply cowards who fear death. She questions whether they won't feel ashamed if Mr. Lao Jai hears of their doubts. She reminds them that this mission is crucial to healing Mr. Lao Jai and pointedly asks if they have no desire to see him recover. Her words strike a chord, and the men hang their heads in shame. She then orders them to prepare immediately, insisting that everything will proceed as planned. The men acknowledge her orders, and Juofan, still observing from the shadows, finds himself impressed by her commanding demeanor. The girl accompanying the woman praises her leadership, expressing admiration for her composure and presence, which she likens to that of the leader of Black Wind Mountain. The woman, however, replies modestly, stating that if her adoptive father were still healthy, his leadership would far surpass her own. She declares that no one would dare offend him, nor would anyone question his greatness. The girl reassures her, saying that everyone still respects her and willingly follows her orders. The woman dismisses her encouragement, stating that she does not need to be consoled. She expresses hope that completing this mission will secure the Hui Longjiang necessary to cure her adoptive father. The small girl says the woman is very filial and that her wishes will definitely come true. At that moment, Zhuofan steps out of the shadows, addressing them with a smirk as little girls, and casually remarking that obligation and filial piety are entirely different things. The woman is startled by his sudden appearance, and Zhuofan, still smiling, demands to know who told her that Hui Longjiang can heal people. The woman quickly regains her composure and warily asks for his identity. Zhuofan assures her there is no need to panic, promising that he means no harm to her. He states that he simply wants to invite her to explain some matters to him. Leaping gracefully from the window, Zhuofan lands before them. The woman instinctively moves to shield the girl, repeating her demand to know who he is. Realizing his oversight, Zhuofan introduces himself, revealing that he is Zhuofan, the steward of the Luo family. The woman's expression changes immediately, and she declares that since he is part of the Luo family, he must die here. Without hesitation, she channels electric energy into her fingers, preparing to attack. Zhuofan, unfazed, comments calmly on her martial arts technique, identifying it as the 9 heavy Qi Linji. He notes that it is only effective against opponents at the bone forging stage. With a tone of pity, he remarks that it is unfortunate for her that they crossed paths today, as he wields the power of the Blood Infant. Without delay, Zhuofan unleashes the Blood Infant, which materializes ominously behind the woman. In an instant, the creature strikes her, its attack paralyzing her body completely. She is left powerless, her earlier composure shattered by Zhuofan's overwhelming strength. She looks confused and unable to move, asking him what he has done to her. He softly informs her that he has merely paralyzed her body and orders her to come with him. Grabbing her by the waist, she blushes in response. The young girl known as Kui calls out to her, and he nonchalantly replies that he forgot one more person. Without hesitation, he grabs Kui as well and takes both of them away with him, leaping effortlessly across the rooftops of buildings. He returns shortly, and the guard notices him, praising his efforts and remarking on the hard work he must have done last night. Long Nui, seeing him with the women in his grasp, comments in disgust that all men are the same. Inside the room, he throws both women to the ground, eliciting wails of pain. Kui inquires where they are, and noticing the young woman paralyzed and struggling, she asks what has happened to her. Zhuofan removes the paralysis, and the young woman immediately takes the opportunity to charge at him with a blade, cursing him vehemently. He stands completely still, unfazed. Before her blade can reach him, it stops midair. He remarks that her skills are impressive, but ultimately useless against him. Smiling, he informs her that he only brought her here to ask some questions. If she answers them honestly, he promises to let her go. However, he sternly warns her not to threaten him with weapons again, as he casually takes the blade from her hands. He coldly asks if she has any additional weapons hidden in her clothes, warning her that he will check himself if necessary. His words shock her, and she angrily demands if he dares to try. Leaning in close to her face, making her blush deeply, he reveals with a smirk that whether he dares or not depends entirely on her. With an icy tone, he asks who she is and what she is doing in the city. She stubbornly shakes her head, refusing to reveal anything. In response, Zhuofan uses brute force, tearing a part of her clothing. She screams, her face flushing red with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Kui curses at him, demanding to know how he can treat her this way. Turning his attention to Kui, he tears a part of her clothing as well, causing her to scream. The purple-haired woman glares at him, and he once again coldly asks her identity and purpose in the city. When she refuses to answer, remaining silent, he tears another part of her clothing. She screams again, trembling now, her face bright red. Gritting her teeth, she finally accepts defeat. Embarrassed, she reluctantly admits that she is the adoptive daughter of Lei Yuting and has come to the city to eliminate the Luo family. He presses further, demanding to know how she plans to execute her mission. She explains that Hell Valley will create a distraction by launching an attack, allowing her group to target the Luo family. He then questions her relationship with Hell Valley and asks what benefits they gain from the arrangement. Blushing, she replies that she does not know. He coldly inquires about the mastermind behind the plan, but she claims to have no clue. Without hesitation, Juofan tears another part of her clothing and coldly comments on her beauty, warning her that this is her final chance to maintain her dignity. If she refuses to cooperate further, it will be her own fault. Her face reddens further, and she trembles with fear and humiliation. He threatens to hand her over to the dozens of men out there if she does not comply. Embarrassed and enraged, she curses at him, but his cold demeanor remains unchanged. He reminds her that she must answer him, warning her that he will only count to 3. As he begins counting, his hands move closer to her trembling body. She shakes violently with fear, but remains silent. When the countdown ends, he coldly asks if this is truly what she wants. As his hands reach for her clothing, someone screams, begging him to stop, tears streaming down her face, and desperately pleads with Juofan not to touch Lei Yuting. She insists that, regarding Hell Valley, everything has already been handled by Mr. Yang. Juofan, his expression unreadable, narrows his eyes and demands to know more about this Yang. Before Kui can respond, Lei Yuting interjects, urging her not to reveal anything. Juofan silences her with a firm press of his fingers against her lips before turning his attention back to Kui. Trembling under his gaze, Kui hesitantly explains that Yang Ming is the disciple of the master of Black Wind Mountain and also the fiancé of Lei Yuting. She recounts how, one fateful day, their master was attacked by Luo Zhenan, the head of the Luo family, leaving him paralyzed and unable to speak. Juofan's eyes turn ice cold as he questions whether they had intended to ambush the Luo clan. His voice is laced with disdain as he asks what is so wrong about seeking revenge for the lives that were taken. Fixing Kui with a penetrating stare, he demands to know what happened next. She falters, uncertainty clouding her expression, but the moment he casts her a chilling look and swiftly reaches for Lei Yuting's clothing, she panics and hurriedly continues. She explains that the Luo clan was heavily guarded, making any direct action impossible. However, Yang Ming displayed remarkable abilities and managed to establish contact with Sun Guanja, enabling them to coordinate an attack from both within and outside to destroy the clan. Despite their efforts, Luo Yunchang managed to escape, and they were unable to track her whereabouts. Recently, Yang Ming informed them that the Luo family had reappeared and even sought assistance from Hell Valley. Juofan, his patience thinning, cuts her off and coldly demands to know how she is so certain that it was Luo Zhenan who orchestrated the attack. He presses her, asking if she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Stammering, she admits that it was Yang Ming who saw it. His eyes darken as he questions whether it was also Yang Ming who claimed that the returning dragon palm could heal the Black Wind Mountain Master's injuries. Kui is struck speechless, stunned into silence. At that moment, the door bursts open and Luo Yunchang steps inside. Her gaze falls upon the scene before her, and her expression shifts from shock to indignation. Her voice trembling with disbelief, she demands to know what Zuofan is doing. Flustered, she reminds him that this place belongs to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion and questions how he can act so shamelessly in someone else's home. Zuofan remains unruffled, his tone calm as he replies that everything he is doing is for the Luo clan. Luo Yunchang trembles with fury, her voice rising as she accuses him of bringing 2 women back to their home, indulging in pleasure all night, and now having the audacity to claim it was all for the clan. Juofan is momentarily stunned by her outburst. Still flustered, Luo Yunchang demands an explanation, reminding him of his vow to become stronger and questioning whether he has abandoned his ambition to elevate the Luo clan beyond the 7 noble houses. Juofan, dumbfounded, inwardly wonders why she is reacting in such a manner. Does she not usually conduct herself as a dignified and virtuous woman? His expression turns serious as he coolly informs her that if she knew who these women were, she would not be questioning him. He explains that they are from Black Wind Mountain and that he was merely interrogating them. His voice turns frigid as he declares that, regardless of whether they are thieves or not, this method is the most effective way to deal with women. Luo Yunchang recoils in shock at the revelation that they are from Black Wind Mountain. A surge of rage overtakes her, and she lunges forward, demanding that they return her father's life. Before she can reach them, Juofan swiftly grabs her wrist. He orders her to calm down. His gaze sharpens as he voices his suspicions, stating that the situation between the two clans is far more complex than it appears. He then reveals a startling possibility that this entire ordeal may be orchestrated by the 7 noble houses. Everyone in the room falls into stunned silence at his revelation. His mind races as he contemplates the implications. Whether it is the Luo clan or Black Wind Mountain, both are nothing more than insignificant pawns in the eyes of the 7 noble houses. But why would they go to such lengths? Try as he might, he cannot yet grasp the full picture. Zhuofan turns to Lei Yuting and requests a favor, stating that he wishes for her to take him to Black Wind Mountain so he can investigate the matter thoroughly. Coldly, she scoffs, warning him that if he is thinking of sneaking into Black Wind Mountain, he should abandon the idea immediately. Zhuofan merely smiles in response before turning to Luo Yunchang and asking her to hand over the returning Dragon Palm manual. She ultimately complies, handing it to him while questioning his intentions. Without answering her directly, he presents the manual to Lei Yuting, informing her that it is merely a martial arts manual and holds no ability to cure her lord's wounds. His voice remains calm as he reiterates that he is simply asking her to take him to Black Wind Mountain so he can verify the truth for himself. He continues, explaining that Yang Ming may very well be deceiving them, and even if he is not, both the Luo clan and Black Wind Mountain are doomed to perish in the war between the 7 noble houses. Kui, visibly agitated, interjects, insisting that Yang Ming is a good man who would never deceive them. Zhuofan, however, remains unfazed, his gaze sharp as he counters her words. He points out how effortlessly Yang Ming was able to turn the steward of the Luo family against them, and how easily he aligned himself with Hell Valley, one of the 7 noble houses. He then directs his piercing gaze toward Lei Yuting and questions whether she truly understands the nature of the man she calls her fiancé. Lei Yuting is momentarily stunned by his words. After a long silence, she finally relents and agrees to take him to Black Wind Mountain. Zhuofan smirks and, feigning concern, advises her not to catch a cold. Following his gaze, she suddenly becomes aware of her tattered clothing, her face turning crimson before she lets out a horrified scream. Amused, he teases her further, suggesting that she wear more clothes next time so she can endure longer. Enraged, she curses at him as he leaves, his smirk widening as he finds the entire exchange rather entertaining. As they journey toward Black Wind Mountain, Lei Yuting shoots him a sharp look and warns him to behave. She declares that if she senses even the slightest ill intention from him toward Black Wind Mountain, she will ensure that he does not leave alive. Zhuofan merely chuckles at her threat and reassures her to relax. Adopting the guise of an old man, he refers to himself as such and claims that he is merely here to seek the truth, questioning what harm he could possibly inflict alone. Lei Yuting remains unconvinced and warns him once more, this time stating that she will not forgive him if he so much as lays a finger on Kui. He reassures her once again, explaining that he has kept Kui in custody both as insurance and for her own good. Confusion flickers across her face at his cryptic words, but he merely sighs in response, offering no further explanation. As they finally arrive at the entrance of Black Wind Mountain, a guard steps forward, demanding to know their identities. However, upon recognizing Lei Yuting, his expression softens, and he questions the reason for her unexpected presence. She curtly replies that she has business to attend to, and without further inquiry, they are granted entry. The moment they step inside, Zhuofan's expression darkens. He turns to Lei Yuting and calmly points out that the guard is one of Yang Ming's men. He then raises an unsettling question. Her mission in Wingay's city was supposed to be top secret, so how is it that a mere mountain guard is already aware of it? Lei Yuting's eyes widen in shock, her breath catching in her throat. Before she can formulate a response, Zhuofan advises her to simply watch what happens next. He predicts that the moment they ascend the mountain, Yang Ming himself will emerge to greet them. True to his words, as they reach a higher elevation, a figure appears before them. Yang Ming steps forward, his gaze locking onto Lei Yuting. His expression betrays his surprise as he addresses her directly, questioning why she is here when she is supposed to be in Wingay's city. Zhuofan leans in close as he whispers that her every move has been tracked. A chill runs down her spine, but she quickly regains her composure. Looking directly at Yang Ming, she declares that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion is not to be underestimated, nor are the people of Hell Valley to be trusted. The mission, she asserts, is far too risky, so she has put the men on standby to assess the situation before taking any further action. Yang Ming's gaze darkens as he studies her. His voice grows sharp as he reminds her that they owe an immense debt to their master, one that cannot be repaid with hesitation. For their master, they are willing to sacrifice their very lives. He scoffs at the notion of clinging to life in fear of death, his expression hardening as he asks if she is implying that avenging their master is no longer necessary. Lei Yuting opens her mouth to explain, but Yang Ming cuts her off, his eyes shifting toward Zhuo Fan. His voice cold, he demands to know who he is. Lei Yuting hesitates briefly before revealing that Zhuo Fan is a second-grade alchemist and claims that he has the ability to save their master. A low chuckle escapes Zhuo Fan as he steps forward, his tone laced with mockery. He boasts that he has traveled the world, curing hundreds of ailments, and no matter how complex a condition may be, he always has the remedy. Yang Ming's eyes narrow in suspicion. To him, this man reeks of deceit. If Zhuo Fan were truly capable of such feats, he would have been brought here long ago. The circumstances are too convenient, too suspicious. His voice sharpens as he reminds Lei Yuting that those afflicted by the returning dragon palm can only be healed by the very same technique. His gaze bores into her as he demands to know whether she genuinely trusts this so-called alchemist. Before she can answer, Zhuo Fan confidently interjects, urging Yang Ming to give him a chance. He assures him that he can, indeed, cure the master's condition. Without warning, Yang Ming's fist slams into Zhuo Fan's face. The impact sends him tumbling backward, his body skidding across the ground before coming to a painful stop at a distance. Zhuo Fan groans as he struggles to his feet, trembling from the blow. Wincing, he mutters that, given his old age, he cannot endure another punch like that. His expression shifts to one of mock indignation as he turns to Lei Yuting and declares that he will no longer treat the master. A smirk plays at his lips as he mockingly ridicules them by saying that, as expected, business with mountain thieves is not easy. Yang Ming's expression darkens, his voice seething with anger as he demands to know what Zhuo Fan just said. Before the situation escalates further, Lei Yuting quickly steps between them. She pleads with Yang Ming to stop, reminding him that she was the one who brought Zhuo Fan here. If he insists on hitting him, then he will have to strike her first. A slow smirk creeps across Yang Ming's face as he crosses his arms. His voice is laced with amusement as he challenges her to go ahead and heal their master. However, his tone takes a dangerous edge as he warns that if she worsens their master's condition, she will pay the price. With that, he turns on his heel and strides away. Lei Yuting exhales sharply before spinning around to glare at Zhuo Fan. Frustration flickers in her eyes as she scolds him, blaming him for Yang Ming's hostility. She shakes her head, struggling to believe that Yang Ming, of all people, could ever harm their master. Zhuo Fan tilts his head slightly, an amused glint in his eyes as he asks whether her godfather ever taught her how to judge a person's character. He then explains that true discernment lies not in listening to a person's words, but in observing their actions. He points out that Yang Ming's earlier refusal to allow him to treat the master was not out of genuine concern, but because he was unsure of Zhuo Fan's abilities. The moment he struck him and confirmed that he was powerless, he suddenly permitted him to proceed. His words sink deep, and Lei Yuting falters. Doubt creeps into her expression as she begins to wonder if Zhuo Fan could actually be right. Sensing her hesitation, Zhuo Fan places a hand on her shoulder as he suggests that they go and assess her godfather's condition. She scoffs, crossing her arms as she glares at him. Her voice drips with disdain as she calls him a fraud, accusing him of taking his deception too far. It would have been one thing to lie his way through this ordeal, but now he actually has the audacity to proceed with the charade. Unfazed, Zhuo Fan smirks and simply tells her to fake it until they make it, reminding her that the play is far from over. As they step forward, the door creaks open, and Yang Ming appears once more, his eyes filled with an ominous glint. His voice wavers slightly as he glares at Zhuo Fan, his tone filled with veiled menace. He warns that if anything happens to his master, the blame will fall squarely on Juofan's shoulders. Juofan examines the master carefully, his gaze sharp as he takes in every detail. A moment later, he straightens and declares that the master has no external injuries. Yang Ming scoffs, his tone filled with mockery, but Juofan remains unfazed. He continues his examination and confidently states that there are no internal injuries either. Yang Ming's expression shifts, his amusement fading into shock. Lei Yuting, equally stunned, questions how her godfather remains unable to move if there are neither external nor internal wounds. Juofan mentally urges her to act more convincingly, but outwardly, he maintains his composed demeanor. He then reveals that he has already identified the issue. The master's condition is due to the presence of a foreign object within his body. Yang Ming and the master both react with visible shock, but before Juofan can elaborate further, Yang Ming abruptly shoves him back. Lei Yuting, startled, demands to know what he is doing. Yang Ming's eyes narrow as he turns to her, suspicion lacing his voice as he questions whether she is hiding something from him. A flicker of nervousness crosses Lei Yuting's face, but she quickly denies it, asking how she could possibly deceive him. Yang Ming's gaze darkens and he suddenly inquires about her personal maid, Kuai. For a brief moment, Lei Yuting hesitates before replying that she sent Kuai off to handle some business. A slow, knowing smile spreads across Yang Ming's face. Without warning, he drives his palm into her stomach, causing her to double over in pain. Before she can recover, he swiftly activates a hidden mechanism, triggering a trap beneath her feet. The ground gives way, and she plunges into the darkness below. Juofan, attempting to escape, is immediately seized by Yang Ming and thrown into the trap alongside her. Lei Yuting cries out, her voice filled with fury and betrayal. She accuses him of orchestrating everything, and Juofan, dusting himself off, mutters that he never expected a trap to be set here. Yang Ming bursts into laughter, his amusement laced with cruelty. He explains that the moment Lei Yuting returned, he sensed something was amiss. Not only that, but she had also brought along a second-grade alchemist, further confirming his suspicions. He had already anticipated that she was beginning to doubt him. Tears well up in Lei Yuting's eyes as she trembles, her voice breaking as she asks how he could do this to her godfather. Yang Ming sneers, declaring that this has been his plan all along. The way the master had treated him had never mattered in the slightest. However, he never expected to deal with Lei Yuting this soon, nor did he anticipate her bringing an alchemist and disrupting his carefully laid out schemes. Her voice shakes as she asks, through her tears, if he had never intended to spare even her life. Juofan scoffs and mutters that she only has her own stupidity to blame. Still, he reminds himself to keep up the act. Feigning innocence, he turns to Yang Ming and pleads for release, claiming that he has no involvement in their conflict. Yang Ming erupts into laughter, his voice dripping with malice. He remarks that if Juofan had merely been some wandering old fool, his life wouldn't have mattered. However, the moment he discovered the true cause of the master's illness, he became a threat. Juofan blinks in feigned confusion and asks what this supposed cause is. He then nonchalantly explains that he initially assumed the master's old body had accumulated too many toxins, so he had planned to prescribe a cleansing pill to flush out his system. Yang Ming stiffens, his jaw clenching as he curses under his breath. He grits his teeth, realizing that had he known this earlier, he would not have acted so hastily. Now, he has no choice but to take matters into his own hands. His frustration mounting, he glares at Juofan and curses him for ruining his plans. Turning on his heel, he orders a guard to stand watch over the prisoners before striding away, his cloak billowing behind him. Juofan watches him leave and lets out an exaggerated sigh. He calls after him, complaining that it is hardly a crime to put on airs, and pleads for his release, insisting that he is innocent. Shifting his gaze to Lei Yuting, he remarks that her current predicament is no different from what his own clan's young miss has suffered. With a smirk, he suggests that they exchange their experiences in the future so they might avoid being exploited again. Lei Yuting glares at him as she mocks the notion of a future. Surviving this ordeal, she reminds him, is already a challenge in itself. Unbothered by her words, Fan assures her that everything is proceeding according to plan. He informs her that they will escape once night falls, adding that if she wishes to die, she may do so, as she no longer serves any purpose. Lei Yuting trembles with rage and declares that if she perishes, she will take him with her. Fan sighs in exasperation. Time passes, and night finally descends upon the mountain. Lei Yuting, exhausted, has already drifted into slumber. Fan remains awake, his expression unreadable as he retrieves the blood infant. A soft smile tugs at his lips as he cuddles the creature. His eyes gleam in the dim light as he tells the creature that they will now go annihilate them. It silently acknowledges the order before vanishing into the shadows. The blood infant moves swiftly, slipping into the body of one of the guards. The other guard, alarmed, warns his companion, but before he can react, his body convulses. A chilling voice emerges from within him, commanding the trap to be opened. Stunned, the remaining guard watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the prisoners are speaking through his partner's body. Without warning, a violent eruption of blood spills from the possessed guard, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Panic overtakes the remaining sentry, but before he can make a move, the blood infant shifts, entering his body as well. The same eerie voice ordered him to open the trap. Terrified, he hastily obeys. As the gate opens, Fan emerges, immediately assessing Lei Yuting's condition. She has mostly recovered, though her stance remains defensive. He tells her that if she does not want to die, she should follow him. Frustration flares in her expression as she retorts that she refuses to die so easily. Once free from the trap, they are met with the guard's desperate pleas for forgiveness, claiming he was also deceived by Yang Ming. Fan barely acknowledges him, instead turning to Lei Yuting and offering her a deal. He will treat her master, but in return, she must listen to him. Disbelief flickers in her eyes as she questions whether he can truly cure the old man. The elder, weak but conscious, regards Fan with wary eyes. Fan assures him that he will not force him into anything that would harm his clan. Introducing himself as the steward of the Luo clan, he explains that they share a common enemy and that his own clan lacks a bone-tempering expert. He hopes the old man will consider lending them his strength. Fear glimmers in the elder's gaze before he closes his eyes in resignation. Without hesitation, Fan retrieves the blood infant and directs it into the old man's body. Lei Yuting recoils in alarm, demanding an explanation. Fan, unfazed, calmly states that he is treating the man's wounds. Her skepticism only grows as she questions how such a creature could possibly heal him. He reveals that it is a demonic entity, explaining that demonic cultivators train such creatures for both offense and defense, making them indispensable tools in battle. He then reminds her of his earlier claim that a foreign object was inside the elder's body, and points out that this was the real reason Yang Ming struck him. Confusion clouds Lei Yuting's expression as she recalls Fan's previous words. When she hesitantly remarks that he had claimed it was a guess, Fan mocks her gullibility, noting that it is precisely this kind of naivety that allowed Yang Ming to deceive her so easily. Embarrassment flashes across her face, but he continues without pause. He explains that Yang Ming reacted so aggressively because the truth had been exposed, and her godfather's paralysis was not due to any illness, but rather the presence of a demonic creature within his body. The only way to counteract it was to use another demonic creature. Lei Yuting's nerves waver as she questions whether Fan's creature is truly capable of such a feat. Before she receives an answer, the old man suddenly stirs, his voice rasping in the silence. Just as relief washes over Lei Yuting, a sharp scream tears from his throat. A grotesque, writhing worm emerges from his body. Instinctively, Lei Yuting moves to strike it down, but Fan catches her wrist, stopping her mid-motion. Shocked, she demands to know why he is preventing her from killing such a vile creature. His expression darkens as he coldly retorts that she has no idea what she is dealing with. Stunned into silence, she watches as his smirk deepens. Holding the writhing creature in his hand, he muses that he never expected this trip to yield such an extraordinary reward. Fan examines the writhing creature in his grasp and declares it to be a frigid pool bloodworm, a rare species originating from the coldest waters. Most practitioners raise these creatures as ordinary worms, unaware of the terrifying secret known only to a select few within the sacred domain. He reveals that the bloodworm possesses a deadly trait, and it remains within its host for life, impossible to remove by any means, unless the host reaches the brink of death. Only under such dire circumstances does it abandon its host. The method used by his blood infant was none other than the demon transformation art, which corroded the larvae one by one and tricked them into believing that the host's life was gradually fading away. This illusion forced it to emerge, exposing itself. Zhuo Fan further explains that the blood infant was only able to destroy the larvae due to the incompetence of its breeder. Once the frigid pool bloodworm lays its larvae, it loses the unique abilities of its kind, rendering it no different from an ordinary worm. However, now that such a rare treasure has fallen into his hands, he intends to put it to far greater use. Turning to Lei Yuting, he instructs her to carry the old man, informing her that they are returning to Windgaze City. His expression sharpens as he muses, vowing to transform the bloodworm into the most terrifying demonic creature the world has ever seen. As they make their way out, Zhuo Fan leaves a path of carnage in his wake. Every enemy standing before him falls effortlessly, their bodies littering the ground. Lei Yuting watches in stunned disbelief. The mountain was home to over 300 to 400 men, yet he slaughtered them with such ease as if human life meant nothing to him. Suddenly, a weak sound reaches her ears. A lone survivor, a trembling guard, stares at the bloodbath before him, his voice quivering as he utters the chilling truth that they are all dead. Zhuo Fan turns, his gaze falling upon the cowering man. He had almost forgotten about him. Stepping closer, he offers a mocking thanks for opening the trap, his voice laced with cold amusement. Without hesitation, he unleashes the blood infant, gripping the guard by the neck. With no further use for him, he eliminates him swiftly. Lei Yuting instinctively tries to stop him, but Zhuo Fan cuts her off with an explanation. If news of their escape were to spread, not only would their own lives be in jeopardy, but the men she had dispatched in Windgaze City would be slaughtered as well. The old man agrees with Zhuo Fan's reasoning and expresses his gratitude. Lei Yuting, however, feels unease creeping into her heart. She has no certainty whether allying with Zhuo Fan is a wise decision, but one truth is undeniable. If he were ever to become her enemy, she would suffer a fate more terrifying than death itself. 10 days pass, and Kui hugs Lei Yuting tightly. Lei Yuting calls her silly and asks if they did anything bad to her. Kui reassures her not to worry, saying that aside from the wicked Zhuo Fan, everyone else has been very kind. Zhuo Fan, unimpressed, remarks that if she intends to badmouth someone in front of everyone, she should expect him to discipline her. Kui trembles at his words. Yunhai playfully warns Kui that she is doomed, for Zhuo Fan has a fondness for spanking butts, and if she dares to take him lightly, she had better start praying for her backside. Zhuo Fan, visibly annoyed, wonders if this is truly how everyone perceives him. Laughter erupts among them. At that moment, an elderly man appears, trembling, and asks if she is Luo Yunchang before pointing at Yunhai. His expression brightens with relief upon realizing that the children of Luo Zenan are alive and well. Luo Yunchang, confused, demands to know who he is. Zhuo Fan calmly explains that the old man is the lord of Blackwind Mountain and the leader of the mountain bandits responsible for the downfall of Cloud Manor. Luo Yunchang is stunned, her expression darkening with rage. Before she can act, Lei Yuting steps forward, positioning herself in front of the old man protectively. The old man, however, implores her to step aside. Without hesitation, he drops to his knees and solemnly tells Luo Yunchang that the downfall of the Luo clan is entirely his fault, and he urges her to take his life. Both Kui and Lei Yuting are shocked by his words. Still kneeling, he insists that this is the debt he owes to the Luo clan, and none of them have the right to intervene. Luo Yunchang is left speechless. Zhuo Fan then explains that the old man had been under Yang Ming's control all this time, unable to even move or speak, and that the attack on the Luo clan had nothing to do with him. Still fuming, Luo Yunchang demands to know why he did not speak up earlier. Unfazed, Zhuo Fan simply states that the old man was the one who led the wolf into the house, ultimately causing the Luo clan's downfall, and that if she chooses to kill him, it would be justified. Luo Yunchang is left dumbfounded by his twisted and far-fetched logic. However, after a moment's thought, she tells the old man that he too was a victim and therefore cannot be held accountable, and she helps him get up. The old man, however, refuses, burdened by the immense guilt of betraying his sworn brother, Luo Zhenan, and bringing ruin to the Luo clan. His remorse is boundless. Luo Yunchang, still bewildered, asks why her father never once mentioned him. The old man explains that the Luo family is a distinguished and reputable clan, whereas he was born a mountain bandit. How could he ever be worthy of being associated with them? It was only because he and Luo Zhenan felt an undeniable kinship upon their first meeting that they swore brotherhood in secret. However, out of fear of tarnishing the Luo clan's good name, they kept their bond hidden. Moreover, according to his Lei clan's ancestral teachings, he is forbidden from making enemies out of the Luo clan and the Kai clan. At this, Yunhai suddenly recalls something and reveals that, in the past, his father once told him they were bound by life and death to both the Lei and Kai clans. Though he had always known about the Kai clan, he had never heard of the Lei clan until now. Luo Yunchang, still processing everything, questions why their father never told her any of this. With a smug expression, Yunhai boasts that their father had declared it a man's secret, strictly forbidding him from revealing it to the women of the clan, let alone outsiders. Luo Yunchang, thoroughly annoyed by his words, glares at him in irritation. Zhuo Fan questions whether the ancestral teachings of the Lei and Luo clans were only passed down to the clan heads. The old man confirms his suspicion, explaining that the teachings were indeed inherited from one clan head to the next. However, since he had no son, he was unable to pass them down. Furthermore, having sworn brotherhood with Luo Zhenan, how could he ever bring harm to the Luo clan? A sudden realization strikes Zhuo Fan, and he asks whether the Lei clan possesses a martial arts heirloom. The old man reveals that they do, a low-rank spirit martial art known as the Lightning Finger. Since he had no son, he entrusted it to Lei Yuting, but later that despicable Yang Ming stole it from her. Everything clicks into place for Zhuo Fan. Understanding why they are here, he turns to leave, instructing them to wait while he handles the matter. He makes his way to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, loudly calling out for Longju upon arrival. Longnui immediately reprimands him, demanding that he shut up and leave, as Longju is not seeing any guests today. Annoyed, Zhuo Fan retorts that he is no mere guest and insists that he has urgent business with Longju, ordering her to step aside. As he attempts to force his way in, both Longnui and Longjie block his path. Irritated, Longnui demands to know what could possibly be so important. She warns him not to think he can take advantage of Longju's favor and reminds him that this is the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, not a place where he can act so insolently. Longjie joins in, stating firmly that Longju will not see him today, no matter what, and advises him to leave. Zhuo Fan smirks and asks if they even know where he has been these past few days. Longnui scoffs, remarking that men as scummy as him could only be up to no good. She recalls how he last arrived with 2 women in tow and assumes that this time he must have been indulging himself in a brothel. Chuckling, Zhuo Fan admits that he wanted to, but unfortunately, he does not have as much free time as she does. He then reveals the true reason for his absence, saying he was investigating Hell Valley. His expression darkens as he warns that Hell Valley is preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. When it happens, he does not want to hear complaints that he failed to warn them. Longnui scoffs at his words, dismissing his claim as absurd. If he had truly managed to uncover Hell Valley's movements, then even cows would be able to fly. Zhuo Fan sighs and tells her to pass a message to Longju that he will be taking the Luo clan into hiding. That way, when the Veiled Dragon Pavilion is annihilated, he will not be dragged down with them. Outraged by his audacity, Longnui calls after him angrily, but before she can continue, the doors suddenly open and Longju's voice rings out, instructing them to let Zhuo Fan in. Realizing the situation, Longnui begrudgingly steps aside. However, Zhuo Fan dismisses the need for an invitation and strides in on his own. Her frustration grows, and she mutters in irritation, questioning what is so special about him. He is merely a 5th grade array master, and why does Longju hold him in such high regard? Meanwhile, Longji silently muses that people always desire what they lack. If Longnui were to become a 5th grade array master herself, then perhaps Longju would revere her just as much. Inside, Zhuo Fan approaches Longju, who greets him with a chuckle and asks what business he has. However, he warns that if Zhuo Fan has come for something trivial, he will not let it slide. Without hesitation, Zhuo Fan reveals that Hell Valley's experts are already en route to attack the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. He then asks whether this matter is significant enough for him. Before Longju can respond, a new voice suddenly interjects, acknowledging that if Zhuo Fan speaks the truth, then this news is indeed of great significance. 2 more figures emerge, and Zhuo Fan's eyes widen in shock. Sweat trickles down his forehead as he silently wonders just who these individuals might be. As Zhuo Fan observes the 2 men before him, he remarks that the first is an incredibly accomplished fire cultivator, while the other is a golden body practitioner whose strength he cannot even begin to fathom. He speculates that both of them are nearing the Radiant stage, placing them among the continent's top cultivators. It is only natural, he muses, for the Veiled Dragon Pavilion to have individuals of such caliber within their ranks. The Golden Man turns to him and inquires whether he is the junior whom Longju has spoken so highly of. Bowing respectfully, Zhuo Fan affirms that the man is correct. The Golden Man then asks if it is true that he is a 5th grade array master. Zhuo Fan responds with modesty, stating that while he is familiar with a few 5th grade arrays, they are hardly sufficient to contend with the likes of the 2 before him. At this, the Golden Man bursts into laughter, remarking that even within the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, a 5th grade array master is esteemed. If Zhuo Fan were to join them, even elders like themselves would be compelled to treat him with respect. The man in red then calls out to Zhuo Fan, recounting how Longju described him as bold and even boasted that he would elevate an obscure clan to rival the 7 noble houses within a mere decade. He further recalls how, upon arrival, Zhuo Fan had addressed Longju as Big Bro Ju, an audacity few would dare display. Yet now, faced with them, he appears so meek. Zhuo Fan calmly explains that he has met Longju multiple times and understands his limits, whereas this is his first encounter with them. At this, Longju curses him, accusing him of changing his demeanor depending on whom he faces. He had expected Zhuo Fan to act arrogantly with everyone, yet here he is, shrinking in the presence of those stronger than himself. Zhuo Fan refutes the accusation, clarifying that his boldness toward Longju stems from a sense of closeness. He knows that Longju is broad-minded and would not stoop to petty retaliation. However, behaving similarly before a narrow-minded individual would be nothing short of suicidal foolishness. The man in red mutters to himself, acknowledging that Zhuo Fan is exactly as Longju described, an expert in reading people, and, therefore, a master of flattery. The Golden Man noted that if Longju were still angry after hearing those words, he would not deign to argue further with a junior, given his senior status. The man in red laughs as well, declaring his liking for Zhuo Fan. Meanwhile, the Golden Man remarks that if he were unaware of Zhuo Fan's firm opposition to joining the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, he would have made every effort to recruit him. Inwardly, Zhuo Fan scoffs, thinking to himself that even if he never rises again as the demonic emperor, he would still refuse to align himself with a faction that lacks even a single cultivator in the Radiant stage. Instead, it would be far more beneficial for him to offer these men some guidance. The Golden Man then shifts the topic, questioning whether Zhuo Fan's intelligence regarding Hell Valley is accurate. Zhuo Fan explains that half a month ago, he detected 2 formidable auras within the Sun Clan alongside Jian Fan. However, he has been preoccupied in recent days and has not continued his surveillance, leaving him uncertain whether additional forces have joined them. At this, Longju abruptly rises from his seat, his expression dark with fury. He declares that if they send one, he will kill one. If they send 2, he will kill 2. The Golden Man warns Longju not to let his emotions cloud his judgment, then turns to Zhuo Fan, asking how he obtained this intelligence. Zhuo Fan responds cryptically, stating that just as a cat has its ways and a mouse has its own, He too has his methods, and ones that would only bring trouble if others were to uncover them. Longju assures the Golden Man of Zhuofan's reliability, recounting how, when Jianfan arrived in Wingei's city, their own spies had failed to detect him. It was Zhuofan who first provided the information, prompting Longju to personally verify it. To his astonishment, Zhuofan's report had been entirely accurate. Understanding the significance of this, the Golden Man shifts his inquiry to Zhuofan's master. Without hesitation, Zhuofan declares that his master is the overlord of 9 serenities. The revelation leaves everyone in stunned silence. The very name itself exudes an ominous and formidable presence, and they cannot help but wonder whether such a person truly exists. Inwardly, Zhuofan muses that if someone from the sacred domain were to hear this name, they would immediately associate it with the 9 serenities emperor. However, in the mortal realm, no one possesses the knowledge or capability to recognize one of the 10 ancient emperors. The Golden Man remarks that Zhuofan's master must be a hidden expert of extraordinary caliber to have nurtured a young 5th-grade array master like him. Seizing the moment, Zhuofan turns to Longju and inquires whether he has a recovery pill. Longju immediately asks if someone in the Luo clan has been injured, then casually tosses him a pill. Catching it, Zhuofan is momentarily astounded, and it is a 3rd-grade recovery pill. Offering his gratitude to Longju and the 2 other elders, he bids them farewell. As he watches Zhuofan leave, Longju suddenly realizes that this was his true objective all along. Irritated, he curses him for disturbing their meeting for such a trivial reason. Before departing, Zhuofan imparts one final piece of information, saying that Hell Valley will launch their attack in approximately 2 days, and they would do well to begin fortifying their defenses. The Golden Man, observing Zhuofan's departure, turns to Longju and the man in red. He comments that while Zhuofan appears outwardly intelligent and resourceful, every word he speaks is carefully calculated and laced with manipulation. To possess such talents at such a young age is unfathomable, and he can scarcely imagine the true identity of Zhuofan's master. He asserts that they must maintain close contact with him in the future. The scene shifts back to Zhuofan. He hands the recovery pill to the elderly man, instructing him to take it immediately to hasten his recovery. Lei Yuting, standing nearby, eyes the pill with disbelief and asks Zhuofan what it is. He responds simply that it is a recovery pill. Stunned, Lei Yuting gasps upon realizing that it is a 3rd-grade recovery pill, an item valued in the hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. Even if they were to pillage tirelessly for an entire year, they might never accumulate such wealth. She is left in shock, marveling at how the Luo clan can so casually part with something of such immense value. They must be extraordinarily rich. Noticing her concerned expression, Luo Yunchang reassures her with a light smile, telling her to relax. The Veiled Dragon Pavilion owes the Luo clan 10 million spiritual stones, and giving away a 3rd-grade recovery pill is nothing more than collecting interest. Lei Yuting's eyes widen in utter disbelief. 10 million spiritual stones? She cannot fathom that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion is indebted to them by such an astronomical amount. No wonder they are bound to protect the Luo clan unconditionally. Her astonishment only deepens as she contemplates the sheer wealth of the Cloud Manor. With an incredulous expression, she questions just how they continue to amass such fortune. Luo Yunchang merely smiles, amused by her reaction. Meanwhile, Zhuofan looks on, dumbfounded, as he arrives at a simple yet profound realization that all women are the same. No matter where they go, they cannot help but compare wealth and status. The scene transitions to the Sun Clan's secret chamber. Jianfan calls for Yang Ming, who steps forward and bows respectfully. With a cold smirk, Jianfan praises him for successfully infiltrating Black Wind Mountain over the years, but questions his decision to entrust such a critical mission to a mere girl. He demands to know whether the reports are true. Yang Ming, maintaining his composure, acknowledges that there were some casualties, but insists that there is no need for concern. Without warning, a lightning-fast strike pierces his skin. Jianfan, his expression dark with fury, informs him that this secret plan has been meticulously crafted for more than 10 years, and if it is ruined by his reckless overconfidence, he menacingly promises to make him wish for death. Terrified, Yang Ming hurriedly pleads. Jian Fan, exuding an air of chilling finality, orders him to leave, declaring that their operation will commence in 3 days. Yang Ming bows and hastily agrees, retreating toward the exit. However, before he can leave, Jian Fan's voice cuts through the air once more, cold and merciless. He commands that not a single member of the Luo clan is to be left alive, especially Zhuo Fan. Though the Veiled Dragon Pavilion borrowed Zhuo Fan's hand to eliminate Yu Quan, his hands are still stained with the blood of a Hell Valley disciple, and anyone who dares spill the blood of Hell Valley must die. Yang Ming, his face pale, nods grimly in agreement. Zhuo Fan remains deep in cultivation, his mind focused on the imminent breakthrough. Just a little more, and he would regain his former status as a 5th-layer qi condensation cultivator. However, frustration lingers. His lack of yuan qi halts his progress, leaving him stranded at the peak of the 4th layer. If only he had foreseen this earlier, he would have absorbed more yuan qi back at Black Wind Mountain. Now, with battle looming on the horizon, he cannot risk releasing the Blood Infant, as the danger is simply too great. Resolving to wait, he reassures himself that the fighting must have already begun. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence pierces through his senses, approaching at an alarming speed. Alarmed, he steps outside, where his suspicions are confirmed. Longju stands in the distance. A quick assessment tells him that they are all profound heaven experts, and he deduces that the other 2 elders must be lurking nearby, preparing to ensnare Jian Fan. It becomes evident that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion has fully committed itself to this battle, determined to fight Hell Valley to the death. At this stage, neither faction will allow the other a peaceful resolution, which, in turn, guarantees the Luo clan's safety. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by Luo Yunchang's sudden presence, her voice laced with concern as she inquires about the situation. Irritated, Zhuo Fan demands to know why they are outside, immediately ordering them back indoors. Unfazed by his anger, she urges him to be cautious as well. A sudden shift in the atmosphere sends a chill down Zhuo Fan's spine. He turns sharply, just in time to witness the emergence of a figure from the blood mist, a menacing presence, exuding palpable malice. Jian Fan has arrived. Longju, unfazed by his arrival, acknowledges his bravery, but demands to know how he dares set foot in his domain. Calm yet resolute, Jian Fan responds, citing the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's murder of a Hell Valley disciple as just cause for his presence. Since Longju and his people had killed one of his disciples, did he not have the right to seek justice? Longju, momentarily stunned, erupts in anger. The mere mention of justice from Hell Valley is nothing short of laughable. Seething, he reminds Jian Fan of the past betrayal and how Hell Valley had lured him to Drifting Leaf City under false pretenses, ambushing him 3-1 and crippling his purple lightning gold eye. Zhuo Fan, listening intently, is utterly shocked. The purple lightning gold eye, an inheritance of the mightiest among the 10 ancient emperors, was a legendary divine ability. With a single golden gaze, it could summon divine lightning capable of annihilating the heavens, turning even a saint expert to dust. That such a godly cultivation technique had somehow fallen into mortal hands was beyond belief, and to have it taken away through deception. The loss was greater than losing one's father, more grievous than having one's wife stolen. It's no wonder Longju harbored such deep-seated hatred for Jian Fan. If that eye had remained intact, even Zhuo Fan could have devised his own schemes around it. Jian Fan lets out a derisive laugh, mocking Longju for his own foolishness. He declares that the blame lies solely on him, for when he possessed the purple lightning gold eye, he stood as one of the strongest within the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Yet now, stripped of its power, he has fallen from grace, reduced to merely one of the 9 elders, confined to the thankless duty of guarding Wingaze City. Longju grits his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Roaring Jian Fan's name, he unleashes his martial skill, soaring dragon claw, and lunges forward with relentless determination, declaring that the two of them cannot exist under the same sky. In response, Jian Fan activates Hell Chains, his dark energy surging forth as spectral chains shoot out, capturing Longju's attack mid-air. A sneer plays on his lips as he taunts Longju, remarking that once he had been a mighty dragon, but now he is nothing more than an insect awaiting annihilation. With a cold finality, he promises to erase him from existence. To his shock, Longju breaks free from the chains with a surge of power, twisting his body as his hand clamps down onto Jianfan's hand using Veiled Dragon Claw. Jianfan scoffs, ridiculing his efforts, questioning whether a mere mortal rank martial art could possibly work against him when even spirit rank techniques had failed. But Longju merely chuckles, revealing that his intention was never to take Jianfan's life at that moment. Without hesitation, he twists his grip and hurls him away. As Jianfan regains his footing, two figures materialize from the shadows, the same two elders from earlier. His eyes narrow as realization dawns upon him that he is surrounded. Longju's intentions become clear, and he is determined to kill him at all costs. However, Jianfan remains unfazed, knowing full well that he still has something up his sleeve. Without hesitation, he summons an army of soldiers to his aid. The Golden Man swiftly warns Longju to proceed with caution, but Longju is resolute. If his life is the price for taking down Jianfan, then so be it. His aura flares violently as he unleashes a large-scale lightning attack, illuminating the battlefield in blinding arcs of energy. With a flourish, he draws his weapon, sending waves of astonishment through the enemy ranks. A third-grade spiritual weapon, Dragon Sword. The sight of the weapon causes a stir among the soldiers, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Without missing a beat, Longju calls upon his allies, the Golden Man and the Man in Red, commanding them to slay Jianfan without fail. The Golden Man, his fighting spirit ignited, assures him that he will see to it personally, vowing to butcher their foe where he stands. Jianfan, momentarily taken aback, finds himself abruptly thrown off guard as a sudden burst of purple light erupts. The next instant, the Golden Man is sent hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. The Man in Red calls out to him in alarm, while Longju, too, quickly takes notice of the unexpected turn of events. Jianfan laughs darkly, exhaling with relief. That had been far too close. He admits that he never expected the Veiled Dragon Pavilion to deploy both its third and fifth elders to confront him, their names carrying an undeniable weight: World-Burning Fire Dragon and Devastating Gold Dragon. Their reputations precede them, and even he cannot deny the respect they command. As the tension thickens, a crow perches itself upon Jianfan's shoulder. Zhuofan's eyes narrow as recognition strikes him, a soul-devouring crow. He had not anticipated Jianfan's demonic beast to be of such a nature, a creature with the ability to consume anything and transfer it to its master. Zhuofan studies it closely, noting that its strength is entirely dependent on its owner's cultivation. This one, in particular, is quite formidable, though regrettably wasted under Jianfan's control. His mind churns with possibilities before he finally decides it would be far better in his own hands, and Jianfan should hand it over instead. Just then, something else catches his attention. His sharp eyes flicker as they hone in on a faint glimmer of the purple lightning gold eye, and he now knows where it had ended up. The very divine ability that Longju once possessed now resides within the soul-devouring crow. Fate seems to be smiling upon him today. The heavens themselves have paved the way for an opportunity far too valuable to pass up. Zhuofan's smirk deepens. This battle may just be more worthwhile than he had ever anticipated. Longju is stunned, questioning whether it is truly his purple gold eye. He finds it impossible to believe. Jianfan laughs, mocking him, and asks if he never expected that his own purple lightning gold eye would fall into the possession of his demonic creature. With a smirk, he declares that if Longju wishes to kill him today, he must first get through his own eye. The demonic crow launches a ferocious attack at Longju. The third elder urgently warns him to be careful. Longju raises his sword in an attempt to shield himself, but the sheer force of the attack renders his defense useless. He is blasted away, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashes into the distance. The third elder calls out to him in alarm, while the fifth elder, eyes narrowing, tells him to kill Jianfan. If Jianfan falls, the demonic creature will be left masterless. Jianfan, unfazed, lifts a single finger, commanding the crow. The creature instantly unleashes two powerful beams of purple energy, striking the elders and sending them flying backward. They manage to stabilize themselves in midair, gritting their teeth against the overwhelming force. Sweat trickles down Zhuofan's face as he watches the battle unfold. He acknowledges the terrifying might of the purple lightning gold eye, which is already suppressing 3 profound heaven experts. If this continues, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion will undoubtedly fall, and with it, the Luo clan will be annihilated. Determination hardens in Zhuo Fan's gaze, thinking that he cannot allow that to happen. Resolute, he summons his blood infant, steeling himself for a high-stakes gamble. Zhan Fan chuckles darkly, once again praising the power of the purple lightning gold eye. Even against 3 formidable opponents, he remains fearless. The third elder, however, refuses to be intimidated. He scoffs, asking if Jian Fan truly believes he can defeat all 3 of them with nothing but a stolen eye and a mere demonic creature. Gritting his teeth, he warns Jian Fan not to get too arrogant. A fierce aura surges around him as he prepares to attack. He orders the other 2 to stay back, his skin turning a brilliant shade of gold. With unwavering confidence, he proclaims that he will take their heads in a single strike and show them why he is known as the devastating Gold Dragon. Channeling immense energy, he unleashes a high-ranked spirit martial art, Devouring Dragon Claw. Zhan Fan, momentarily stunned, hastily commands his demonic crow to intercept. The crow charges forward, colliding head-on with the third elder. However, despite its formidable strength, the elder begins to overpower the creature. Zhan Fan clenches his jaw, cursing under his breath. The third elder is too strong, stronger than he anticipated. Even the might of the purple lightning gold eye seems insufficient against him. Zhan Fan orders his soldiers to attack together. The hell chains ensnare the dragon, restraining its movements. He smirks, commenting that it is expected of the third elder of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and it took the combined power of 3 experts just to match his strength. The third elder trembles under the pressure but scoffs, demanding to know if they would have stood a chance against him had they not possessed the purple lightning gold eye. Jian Fan's smirk widens as he thanks him for the reminder. Without hesitation, he commands the demonic crow, which immediately unleashes a devastating attack. Both Long Ju and the 5th elder cry out in alarm, but Jian Fan only laughs, declaring the third elder's imminent death. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Zhuo Fan narrows his eyes. He cannot allow the Veiled Dragon Pavilion to fall here, and this is the perfect moment to strike. Controlling his blood infant, he stealthily sends it into Zhan Fan's body. A sudden jolt courses through Zhan Fan, causing him to stagger. Simultaneously, the hell chains begin to crack under the strain. The soldiers, confused, demand to know what is happening. Seizing this crucial opportunity, the third elder launches a decisive attack with his dragon. The devastating strike cleaves through the air, slicing off Jian Fan's left hand. A stunned silence falls over the battlefield. The soldiers are left in shock, while the third elder smirks in satisfaction. "Now this is more like it," he remarks. Jian Fan trembles, his face contorted with fury. He curses under his breath, enraged that they resorted to using demonic creatures to ambush him. The irony is not lost on him, a demonic cultivator, caught off guard by a demonic creature of all things. What infuriates him even more is that this ambush was orchestrated by so-called righteous cultivators. If word of this disgrace spreads, his reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Acting quickly, he orders his soldiers to retreat. However, the elders, noticing their attempt to escape, immediately give chase. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan retracts his blood infant, watching the unfolding chaos with calculating eyes. He decides to let them shift the blame onto the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and after all, they already despise each other, and a little more hatred will make no difference. Despite everything, his thoughts remain fixated on the purple lightning gold eye. Few things in this world pique his interest, and that eye is undoubtedly one of them. A smirk plays on his lips as he murmurs that this concludes the opening play. Now it's time to properly entertain the distinguished guests. On the other hand, the group of bandits was being followed by someone, their fear escalating as the man behind them ordered the soldiers to kill them. Suddenly, Long Jie swiftly moved in front of them and charged toward a bandit, striking his sword at him. With a powerful blow, he threw him to the ground, calling the bandits Hell Valley Rats, and remarking that they had truly kept him waiting. Without hesitation, Long Jie swung his sword again and commanded his men to eliminate all the bandits. As the soldiers clashed with the bandits, their blades striking with deadly force, a blazing ball of fire suddenly rushed into the center of the battlefield. The resulting explosion sent several bandits flying to the ground, while others turned in confusion to understand what was happening. Long Nui arrived with her soldiers, shouting Long Jie's name and ordering her forces to slaughter the bandits. Panic spread among the bandits as they realized they'd been ambushed all along. Desperation took hold as they called for a retreat, but Long Jie refused to let them escape, instructing his soldiers to chase them down and leave none alive. Observing the battle from a rooftop, Zhuofan watched with a knowing smile, recognizing the strategy as an attempt to lure the tiger away from its mountain. He mused that Hell Valley had paid a heavy price and that their efforts to orchestrate the Luo clan's downfall through the Lei clan remained unclear. As time passed, a new force appeared on the battlefield, which was Yang Ming and his army of bandits. Striking the ground forcefully, he roared at his men to retrieve the returning dragon palm and to ensure that no one from the Luo clan was left alive. However, before he could advance, Zhuofan said ominously that the road was closed. Yang Ming turned in confusion to face the voice. Zhuofan descended from the rooftop, approaching him with measured steps, advising him to retreat while he still had the chance. Yang Ming asked him if he was from the Luo clan, and with a smirk, Zhuofan introduced himself as the steward of the Luo clan. Recognizing the name, realization struck Yang Ming like a bolt of lightning. He had not anticipated encountering Zhuofan directly. A grin spread across his face as he acknowledged the unexpected turn of events. Without hesitation, he promised a generous reward to whoever could take Zhuofan's head, and the bandits immediately rushed forward to attack. One bandit's fist neared Zhuofan's face, but instead of evading, Zhuofan smirked, mocking the audacity of a mere second-layer chi condensation cultivator attempting to take his life. Effortlessly, Zhuofan extended his hand, seizing the bandit's face and invoking the demon transformation art. Under the stunned gazes of those around him, the bandit disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. Shock rippled through Yang Ming as he recognized the technique as a high-level demonic method, something he never imagined seeing here. The realization struck him as now there was no way the Luo clan could have harbored someone of this caliber. With a smirk, Zhuofan referred to Yang Ming as his little brother, tilting his chin upward, saying that this old man is just some old swindler, asking him if he forgot. Frustration burned in Yang Ming's eyes as he questioned what had happened to the two individuals, referring to Lei Yuting and the old man from the Lei clan. Zhuofan dismissed his concerns with calculated words, implying that since he was present, those two were obviously safe as well. The truth dawned upon Yang Ming, his hands trembling with rage. He deeply regretted not killing them when he had the chance. Yet, Zhuofan pointed out that such an action would have been impossible. His long and careful infiltration of Black Wind Mountain had been meticulous. He would never have acted without first confirming the servant's whereabouts. Fear crept into Yingming's mind as he recognized the extent of Zhuofan's cunning. His ability to see through every layer of deception was terrifying, perhaps even more so than the elders of Hell Valley. Summoning his strength, Yang Ming prepared to attack, condensing his chi at his fingertips. Zhuofan observed with amusement, remarking on the shame of a bone-tempering cultivator resorting to such extremes. As Yang Ming lunged, Zhuofan anticipated his move effortlessly. Without hesitation, he counterattacked. The force sent Yang Ming tumbling across the ground, his body barely stopping as he clawed at the earth. As he sat up, his hands trembled, blood trickling from his nose. The overwhelming power left him questioning the reality of what had just occurred. Zhuofan remained unfazed, commenting on how Yang Ming was slightly stronger than Yu Quan, but ultimately no different from any other weakling. He declared that the fate of weaklings was death, and channeling his chi, summoned a dragon. Yang Ming's heart pounded in terror, realizing he had no means of escape. Just as the dragon prepared to strike, a voice suddenly called out from behind, commanding Zhuofan to stop. Lei Yuting rushed forward, her presence interrupting the moment as the chains of an unknown force bound the dragon. Zhuofan turned slightly, asking if anyone else was present. Lei Yuting, her voice filled with frustration, demanded to know why he refused to stop. Zhuo Fan, unbothered, responded with cold indifference. To him, anyone who stood in his way was his enemy, and there was no reason for him to heed her words. Before another move could be made, a powerful twister appeared in the sky. A man descended with a booming laugh, positioning himself before Yang Ming and instructing him to stand down. In a blind rage, Yang Ming called out to the man as Elder Yun, declaring that he would personally claim Zhuo Fan's head. However, before he could act, Elder Yun struck him with an overwhelming slap, sending him hurtling backward. Stunned and humiliated, Yang Ming looked at the elder in disbelief, demanding to know why he had been struck. Elder Yun merely regarded him with disappointment, recalling the talent Yang Ming once possessed, despite always being involved in some scheme. But he adds that compared to Zhuo Fan, Yang Ming is less than an ant. Zhuo Fan met Elder Yun's gaze as the offer was made, an invitation to join them in exchange for the erasure of all past grudges. However, amusement flickered in Zhuo Fan's eyes before his expression turned deadly serious. The thought of accepting was laughable. Without hesitation, he dismissed the offer with a sharp remark, questioning whether Elder Yun was even worthy of such an alliance. As the night comes, Elder Yun looks at Zhuo Fan, mentioning how arrogant he is. While activating his chi, he informs Zhuo Fan that it will be better for him if he cooperates, otherwise he will join them. He then uses his black chain leashes to kill the bandits. Lei Yuting looks shocked as she struggles to process what has happened, while Zhuo Fan smiles and asks Elder Yun whether it wasn't that Hell Valley was using Black Wind Mountain to increase its reputation. He then questions why he killed them. Elder Yun replies that judging by how smart Zhuo Fan is, there is no need for an explanation. Since the jig is up, they cannot leave any loose ends that could be used as evidence against them. Zhuo Fan asks who he meant by them, to which Elder Yun replies that if Zhuo Fan joins them, he will find out eventually. Zhuo Fan smirks and then starts laughing. He then points his finger toward Yang Ming, stating that the way he sees Hell Valley is the same way Elder Yun sees Yang Ming, which is being below insects, and these words stun Elder Yun and Yang Ming. Elder Yun's composure begins to crack as he asks Zhuo Fan in a trembling, angry voice if he is trying to get himself killed. Zhuo Fan remains calm and asks if he even can. Furious, Elder Yun rushes toward him to attack, declaring that he is courting death. However, before he can strike, Zhuo Fan raises two fingers, using his chi to stop the attack. On the other hand, Yang Ming, watching the scene from behind, grinds his teeth in frustration. He clenches his fists, declaring that he was clearly the most outstanding and that if not for Zhuo Fan, he would have had his moment. He swears vengeance, telling Zhuo Fan to wait for his death. Yang Ming then jumps onto the roof to escape, but Lei Yuting notices him and rushes after him, asking if he's planning to escape. Zhuo Fan watches her, calling her a foolish girl. He then sends the bloody baby behind her. At the same time, he starts to feel the tension as Elder Yun's power suddenly begins to increase. His eyes widen as Elder Yun prepares for another attack. Elder Yun, now furious, yells that he cannot afford to be distracted right now. Zhuo Fan tries his best to dodge the attack when suddenly he releases his red energy, creating a blast that sends Elder Yun flying into the sky. As the fog settles, Elder Yun remarks that controlling a third-grade coiling dragon array at such a young age is indeed a difficult feat to accomplish. However, he laments that it is unfortunate for Zhuo Fan that the one he met today is him. He then launches himself forward, targeting Zhuo Fan for another attack. Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, activates his chi before Elder Yun can reach him. Elder Yun, attempting to advance, scoffs that such a technique is not something a mere chi condensation brat like Zhuo Fan can comprehend so easily. However, Zhuo Fan smirks, replying that a fifth-grade array is also not something a fledgling like Elder Yun can fathom. He then releases the dragon, shocking Elder Yun. As Elder Yun attempts to capture it again, he dismisses it as a cheap trick. But Zhuo Fan does not stop. He activates the second heaven, then the third, fourth, and finally the fifth heaven. Elder Yun starts to panic as he realizes something is not right. This is not just a coiling dragon array, as it resembles the legendary Nine Heavens coiling dragon array. As the dragon approaches him, Zhuo Fan confirms his suspicions and challenges him to face it if he dares. Elder Yun suddenly starts laughing, finding the situation interesting. He never imagined that a youngster like Zuo Fan could control a 5th grade array. The more he sees, the more surprised he becomes. With a serious expression, he asks once again if Zuo Fan would be willing to join Hell Valley. Zuo Fan smiles and replies that such a dumpster of a place is beneath him. Elder Yun's expression darkens as he declares that since Zuo Fan refuses to become one of them, a young talent like him must not be allowed to live in this world. He rushes toward Zuo Fan to attack, but Zuo Fan activates the dragon against him. As Elder Yun faces the dragon, his eyes widen in horror. The dragon opens its mouth and extends its claws, capturing him and then hurling him far away with immense force. Elder Yun spits blood as he crashes, severely injured. Zuo Fan smiles and mocks him, questioning how someone with such meager power could be considered an elder. He then sarcastically wonders how Hell Valley even managed to become one of the 7 houses. Elder Yun, regaining some control, sits up. His face is contorted with rage as he declares that even if Zuo Fan kneels and begs, he will still kill him. With anger consuming him, he rushes toward Zuo Fan once again, determined to end him. He shouts, activating his chi energy. Zuo Fan looks at him as he releases a demonic treasure. Zuo Fan is surprised to see it and asks him if he is really going to use a demonic treasure on a mere chi condensation junior. He questions whether, if others find out about this, the 7 houses won't heavily shame him. Elder Yun laughs and replies that if there is no one to tell the tale, no one will ever know. His words anger Zuo Fan, and he grinds his teeth in frustration. Zuo Fan wanted to provoke him so that he would put the treasure away, but as expected of a demonic cultivator, he is shameless, doesn't care about his reputation at all, and never fights fair. This is why demonic cultivators never want to fight their own kind. In addition to being vicious and violent, demonic cultivators are also shameless. As soon as the battle begins, there is no time to hesitate, otherwise, death awaits him. But if he were in Elder Yun's position, he would do the same thing. Zuo Fan quickly forms a protective bubble around himself. Elder Yun laughs and jumps towards Zuo Fan, demanding that he die. Zuo Fan releases the dragon, but it is struck in half by the demonic treasure and completely obliterated by the weapon. Zuo Fan's eyes widened in shock at its speed. As the weapon returns to Elder Yun, he tells Zuo Fan that now he cannot run away. Zuo Fan is stunned, realizing that this is a 3rd-grade demonic treasure. Elder Yun smiles, acknowledging Zuo Fan's good observation and stating that he will be the first chi condensation cultivator to fall at the blade of this 3rd-grade demonic treasure, Savage Moon. Zuo Fan smiles and asks if he can join Hell Valley now. Elder Yun smirks, releasing the Savage Moon, declaring that it is too late. As Zuo Fan looks at it closely, his eyes widen. In the next moment, a large explosion occurs, and a drop of blood is seen falling. Elder Yun looks confused when suddenly a man appears in front of Zuo Fan. Elder Yun demands to know who he is. The man replies that he is Black Wind Mountain's Lei Yuntian, and anyone who tries to harm a member of the Luo clan is also his enemy. Zuo Fan looks at Lei Yuntian and asks if he has already recovered his strength. Lei Yuntian responds that thanks to Zuo Fan, not only was he able to recover his strength, but he also broke through to profound heaven. Zuo Fan smiles, acknowledging that it is good news, and then instructs Lei Yuntian to listen to his orders, as this time, they will finish this elder off. Upon hearing his words, Elder Yun bursts into laughter, declaring that he has already broken through Zuo Fan's array once. A profound heaven elder with an unstable cultivation is no threat to him. Zuo Fan smirks and replies that it may not be so, as whenever he uses people, it is never calculated by mere addition. There is no better opportunity than right now. He then brings both hands together, releasing the dragon again, and instructs Elder Lei to start. Lei Yuntian agrees and releases his chi. Elder Yun also gets into position to attack, but is shocked as a dragon approaches him from behind. He quickly turns around to strike the dragon with the Savage Moon, thinking that Zuo Fan's methods are strange and vexing, so he will finish him off first. He attacks the dragon with the Savage Moon and shouts that Zuo Fan is courting death. He yells Zuo Fan's name, vowing to kill him first, and rushes toward him with the Savage Moon. However, Elder Lei intercepts him, shouting that he will not let him touch Zuo Fan. He strikes Elder Yun with the lightning finger. Elder Yun's eyes turn purple as he tells Lei Yuntian that he is also seeking death. After a moment, Zhuo Fan thanks Elder Lei for his help, stating that now he will show him the true power of the Nine Heavens coiling dragon array. He then touches the ground, causing a sun-like energy to rise. The dragon, now charged with extraordinary qi, moves toward Elder Yun. Elder Yun freaks out, realizing he is about to be devoured by the dragon. He cannot understand how this could be possible from a mere qi condensation cultivator. But before he can investigate further, he is burned to ashes. The dragon returns to the ground, and a large explosion happens in the sky. This scene is witnessed by the third elder, who shouts in shock, unable to comprehend the level of power required to create such destruction. The sheer force of the blast shakes the surroundings, and a sense of unease spreads among the remaining forces. He quickly realizes that something is terribly wrong in the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and with urgency, he orders an immediate retreat, ensuring that none of his men remain to face the unknown force at play. Longju looks back with a deep sense of frustration, recognizing that Jian Fan had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. He clenches his fists, regretting that he once again missed the opportunity to finish him off. Meanwhile, two figures in black robes observe the unfolding battle from a distance. One of them, filled with uncertainty, questions whether they should also retreat. The other, more experienced, scolds him for his hesitation, reminding him that a power of this magnitude is beyond comprehension and likely does not belong to Elder Yun. The fact that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's 3 elders have already fled is proof enough that they should not linger any longer. On the other side, Lei Yuntian is left trembling in disbelief. The realization that he had unknowingly served as bait to distract the Hell Valley Elder fills him with shock. He had not expected that his role in this battle would be to buy time for Zhuo Fan to unleash an earth-shattering finishing move. What disturbs him even more is that not a single trace of the Elder remains, being completely obliterated from existence. The thought of a profound heaven expert being annihilated in an instant sends shivers down his spine. Zhuo Fan, now standing amidst the aftermath, calls for Lei Yuntian, who quickly composes himself and asks if he has any orders. Zhuo Fan, without hesitation, entrusts him with the responsibility of protecting the Luo clan, stating that he must now retrieve Lei Yuting. Lei Yuntian, determined and loyal, assures Zhuo Fan that unless an enemy steps over his dead body, no harm will come to the siblings. With this assurance, Zhuo Fan turns away, knowing that their safety is now in capable hands. The presence of a profound heaven expert guarding them solidifies their security, allowing him to pursue Lei Yuting without interference. Smirking, he walks toward the fallen savage moon, acknowledging that a third-grade demonic treasure should not be wasted. He recognizes its potential and considers how it may serve a greater purpose in the future. As the night deepens, the scene shifts to Yang Ming, who leans weakly against a tree, struggling to catch his breath. His body is exhausted, and his mind is consumed by anger and frustration, blaming Zhuo Fan for his current suffering. Suddenly, a sound from behind startles him. He scrambles in fear, only to turn and see Lei Yuting approaching. He quickly scans the area, confirming that Zhuo Fan is not present, and sighs in relief. Looking at her with disdain, he questions whether she truly believes she can stop him alone. Lei Yuting, driven by anger and vengeance, shouts that she will uphold her godfather's honor and rid the world of a traitor. Yang Ming laughs mockingly, pointing out that he was never part of Black Wind Mountain, so how could he be considered a traitor? He further taunts her, claiming that someone as weak as her could never hope to defeat him. Lei Yuting, undeterred, declares that even if she cannot win, she will at least fight to the death, repaying her godfather's kindness with her last breath. Grinding her teeth, she suddenly shifts the conversation to something deeply personal. With a mixture of hope and bitterness, she demands to know whether he ever truly loved her. Yang Ming chuckles coldly before cruelly dismissing the notion. He boasts about his status as a genius disciple of Hell Valley, stating that if he ever desired companionship, he would choose someone from one of the 7 houses, not someone as insignificant as her. His words cut deep, leaving Lei Yuting momentarily stunned. As rage overtakes her, she releases her qi, severing the last emotional tie between them. Declaring that from this moment on, they are finished, she charges at him with unrelenting fury. Yang Ming effortlessly dodges her attack, laughing at her feeble attempt. Amused, he prepares to counter, announcing that her death is inevitable. However, before he can strike, a sudden force intervenes. The bloody baby, appearing out of nowhere, launches a devastating attack, sending Yang Ming crashing into a tree. Blood spills from his mouth as he struggles to comprehend what just happened. Lei Yuting, stunned, recognizes the blood infant as Juofan's most prized creation. The realization that Juofan had sent it specifically to protect her stirs conflicting emotions within her. Rather than feeling relieved, frustration wells up inside her at the thought of being treated as someone in need of saving. Grinding her teeth, she turns her attention back to Yang Ming, who now pleads for mercy. As she approaches him, he desperately tries to manipulate her, reminding her of their past memories and how he once treated her. But his words only fuel her anger. With cold determination, she tells him that it is precisely because she remembers everything that she wishes for his death even more. As she gathers her chi for a finishing blow, Yang Ming, in desperation, begs her to stop. Before she can strike, an unseen force blocks her attack. A powerful presence emerges as a man steps between them. Yang Ming trembles, recognizing the newcomer. His voice, filled with fear, identifies him as Elder Jian. The elder, exuding an aura of rage, glares at Yang Ming and tells him that they will talk once they return. However, before leaving, he declares that there is one more matter to resolve, the elimination of Lei Yuting. He extends his hand toward her, his intent unmistakable, as she finds herself frozen in terror at the impending attack. Elder Jian shouts at her to die, but before he could reach her, a large explosion happened. Due to his skills, he jumps backward, and as the smoke settles down, he sees Juofan holding the savage moon. Juofan looks at him, asking if all the elders of Hell Valley enjoy bullying their juniors. As Lei Yuting looks at him, she feels a sense of relief and happiness. However, Elder Jian shouts in frustration, recognizing him once again. He demands to know why Juofan possesses that demonic treasure and inquires about Elder Yun's whereabouts. Juofan smirks, questioning where he thinks Elder Yun is. Elder Jian's expression darkens as he realizes that the valley's demonic treasure must not fall into the hands of an outsider. His eyes turn purple, and he grinds his teeth in frustration. Juofan, using sound transmission, instructs Lei Yuting to locate the old man's heart, close her eyes, and stab it with lightning finger. He assures her that she doesn't need to worry about the rest. She then contemplates that profound heaven experts have extremely tough bodies, making them nearly invincible to someone in the chi condensation realm. No matter how hard she tries, she stands no chance against a profound heaven expert, even if she attacks with her eyes open. Suddenly, she feels a shocking realization. Zuofan is someone who will use any means necessary to achieve his goal. She now suspects that he saved her purely so she could act as bait and die in his place. Sadness fills her heart as she wonders what she can do, but in the end, she reminds herself that she has already given up on surviving the moment she chased after him. Zuofan smirks as she charges forward, shouting. Both of them rush towards Elder Jian. Elder Jian is momentarily surprised, not expecting them to attack first, but ultimately, it doesn't matter. The only thing that can harm him is the savage moon, so he ignores Lei Yuting entirely. His only concern is keeping an eye on Juofan. Just as Juofan is about to strike, Elder Jian grabs his hand and forcefully cracks it backward. He sneers, mentioning that while Juofan's little tricks might work against others, they will not work against him. He warns Juofan not to play deception games, because he will not be fooled. Juofan's eyes turn red as he smirks, revealing that Elder Jian has already been fooled. Elder Jian's expression shifts to shock as he suddenly feels excruciating pain. He is being attacked by the bloody baby. He screams in agony, and within seconds, he roars in fury, acknowledging Juofan's audacity to even make him lose an arm. His rage intensifies as he swears to tear Juofan to shreds after he takes the demonic treasure from him. Juofan smirks once more, telling Elder Jian that he has been fooled again. This revelation shocks Elder Jian even further when, suddenly, Lei Yuting appears and strikes him directly in the heart. Blood spurts from Elder Jian's mouth, and Zhuo Fan mocks him, pointing out that he is not the main attacker. Elder Jian had wrongly assumed that only the Savage Moon could harm him, completely underestimating the situation. Zhuo Fan reminds him that he should not have ignored his injuries, as his body is much weaker than before. Not to mention, he had put some of his qi inside Elder Jian's body. Elder Jian trembles in pain, his mind racing as he acknowledges how terrifying Zhuo Fan truly is. Zhuo Fan sighed before smiling, finally relieved to be rid of the old man. He sits down, exhausted. Zhuo Fan, deep in thought, reflects on the battle. Even if one's own life is the price of defeating an enemy, it must be spent wisely. A single misstep could have led to disaster, yet under his command, everything unfolded seamlessly. Lei Yuting can't believe Zhuo Fan would sacrifice himself to give her an opportunity to kill the old man. Suddenly, she sits next to him and apologizes. Zhuo Fan assures her that it is not her fault. He mentions when his blood infant was injured, he also suffered an internal wound. Lei Yuting gazes at him, realizing that the bloody infant is not merely his treasure, but also bound to his life force. Even though it is critically vital to him, he let it take a fatal blow for her. Zhuo Fan then instructs her to search Elder Jian's body and take whatever valuables he carries. He smirks, remarking that Hell Valley elders always carry good items with them. After searching for a while, Lei Yuting collects all the material from the dead body. She is blushing as Zhuo Fan looks at her, thinking about how fast she is, as it is expected of a mountain bandit to be this professional. However, he then looks confused, unable to understand why she is acting all weird. It is just searching for a corpse, so what is so embarrassing about it? He then thinks that it is not important. First, he should see what valuable treasures this old man had. As he looks at the ring, he smirks, mentioning that he found it, the Lei clan's spirit-ranked martial art, Lightning Finger, and also the Kai clan's martial art, Wind Kick. He smirks, thinking that he does not know what secrets these three clan martial arts hold, but if Hell Valley was keeping them hidden, then he must keep them for later. The remaining cultivation methods, martial arts, and spirit stones are useless to him, a demonic emperor, so he throws them toward her, stating that it is a gift for her. According to the bandit's rule, the loot is split into two, so the rest is hers. Since the old man killed her, everything should belong to her, and he does not want it. These things are useless to him. He then thinks that what comes next is the important part. He stares at the cloth bag, thinking that it is an extreme rarity as it can store living creatures. It contains the soul-devouring crow. Of course, he smiles, thinking that the thing is very useful to him, and he might even be able to find out the purple lightning gold eye's secret. As he is about to take it, Lei Yuting calls out to him, mentioning that she thinks he should take the ring. She knows the Luo clan is wealthy and has no need for these spirit stones, but there are also spirit rank martial arts and cultivation methods inside. They are unrecoverable once he throws them away, and they will prove useful in the future for strengthening his clan. He takes it from her, mentioning that it is just a crazy thing and that he has plenty of them, so they are not rare at all. If she does not want them, he will throw them away. As he is about to do so, she dashes toward him and asks him not to. She questions how he can be so wasteful, throwing away a spirit rank martial art like that. Now, she is starting to wonder how he even became the clan's steward in the first place. She shouts at him while snatching the ring, thinking that if he acts like this, no matter how much money his clan earns, it will all be wasted by him. He asks her to go back now. Since they fought the entire night, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion has some explaining to do, so she should support him back. As they continue to walk with her holding him, he suddenly stops and asks her to wait. He asks where that Yang Ming kid went. As she realizes that he ran away, she grinds her teeth in frustration. He mentions that he is just a small fry, so there is no need to get worked up. However, Guofan smirks, stating that even bugs like him can cause trouble. The next time they meet, he will kill him for sure. As the uncles reach the town, the third uncle asks Long Nui and Jie how the battle went yesterday. Long Nui replies to the third uncle that, as expected, yesterday's fight went exactly as he predicted. After the three of them chased the three Hell Valley elders away, they sent large troops of men to pursue them, but they were all absolutely demolished. Except for a few bone-tempering experts, no one survived. Longju laughs, praising them for their amazing work, saying that both of them have improved a lot. Not only did they lead their own platoons, but they also nearly wiped out the enemy. He states that they have made him proud. He then asks the third brother to praise them when he returns to the estate, as they deserve it. The third uncle then asks if they know anything about the massive explosion yesterday. They look at each other when Nui replies that it might have been the Valley Elders. However, their expressions suggest otherwise. Longju then asks the third brother if they should go and ask the Luo clan, who have been hiding in their backyard this whole time, about it. They decide to head to the Luo clan. Long Nui remarks that yesterday's explosion was so tremendous that the Luo clan's little legs must have been shaking so hard that they could not even step out the door after hearing that blast. They probably did not see anything. However, as the elders reach the yard, they are shocked to see a profound heaven expert with them. Longju thinks that it cannot be. Then, what happened yesterday? Was it caused by him? He asks the man, wondering when the Luo clan managed to raise an expert. The old man introduces himself as Lei Yuntian of Black Wind Mountain, further mentioning that he is honored to meet the famous Veiled Dragon Pavilion. He states that it is very fortunate for him to come face to face with the three elders today. As Longju mentions that he cannot understand him, Lei Yuntian replies that Master Juofan suffered heavy injuries last night and is still recovering. The third elder shouts in shock upon learning that this place was also attacked yesterday. He asks if they sent 2 troops. Suddenly, Long Nui smiles, mentioning that wasn't Juofan always acting high and mighty, claiming he would surpass the 7 houses within 10 years? Yet here come a few thieves, and while all these people remain unharmed, Juofan is already on his deathbed. How useless he is. As the Luo clan listens to her words, they become angry and frustrated. Longju asks her to mind her words. He then apologizes, mentioning that this girl lacks sense, so they should not take her words to heart. He wonders who the attacker was last night. Even with a profound heaven expert like himself protecting Juofan, the young man was still gravely wounded. Lei Yuntian smiles, replying that he is ashamed to say this, but he only advanced last night and currently does not have the strength to protect Juofan. However, he does know that the one who came last night was also a profound heaven expert, addressed as Elder Yun. Longju shouts in shock, not expecting that Elder Yun had come as well. He then shouts at Lei Yuntian, mentioning that he really is something. He should know that Yunqing is part of Hell Valley's 12 elders and has been a profound heaven expert for decades. Yet, an immature profound heaven expert like Lei Yuntian managed to hold him off the entire night. That is truly impressive. Elder Lei smiles, mentioning that he is exaggerating as it was not like that at all. He could not even land a single hit on Elder Yun. Longju looked at him in shock, asking if it wasn't him, then how did they remain safe the whole night? Lei Yuntian replies that it is all thanks to Steward Juofan. Without him, everyone here would have surely died. All 3 elders, together with Long Nui and Jie, are shocked, unable to process what they have just heard, asking, how can that be? Longju finds it hard to believe that the one who had held Yu Yunqing back the entire time was Juofan, pointing out that he is merely a qi condensation cultivator. Lei Yuntian acknowledges this, but then coldly questions what difference it makes. Longju remains in disbelief, while Long San asks what happened next, incredulously inquiring if Lei Yuntian is truly suggesting that Juofan, a mere qi condensation cultivator, actually forced Yu Yunqing to retreat. Lei Yuntian warns them not to underestimate Juofan. Confused, Longju questions how they could possibly be underestimating him, rhetorically asking where in the world one could find a qi condensation cultivator capable of forcing a profound heaven expert to retreat. At that moment, Lei Yuntian reveals that Yu Yunqing did not even have the chance to escape. Juofan had killed him in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Shock ripples through the group at this revelation, and Lei Yan continues, explaining that the feat had completely drained Juofan of his inner qi and physical strength. They struggle to comprehend how such a thing is even possible. Trembling, Longju questions how a chi condensation cultivator could have killed a profound heaven expert, how Juofan had managed to emerge alive, and how he sustained his injuries. As if on cue, the door creaks open and Juofan appears. Fixing his gaze on Longju, he asks if it was not because of him. Luo Yunchang immediately expresses concern, asking if his wounds have improved. Annoyed, Juofan cursed under his breath, complaining that all he wanted was to recover, yet they continued making a commotion outside his door and still expected him to be healed. His eyes narrow as he glances at Longju, and he pointedly asks if he truly wishes to know how he was wounded. Without another word, he retrieves his spatial ring and pulls out the lifeless body of Jianfan. A wave of shock washes over everyone in the room. Longju, struggling to process the sight, questions whether Jianfan truly perished here and demands to know who killed him. Juofan scoffs, retorting that since he was the one who pulled out the corpse, who else could have possibly done it? He then nonchalantly tells Longju that he was aware of his grudge against Jianfan. So when he happened to meet him, he took matters into his own hands. He hopes that Longju will not take issue with such a trivial matter. Shaking, Longju struggles to find his words. Staring at Jianfan's corpse, he recalls how the man had once stabbed out his eye, humiliating him for the rest of his life. His hands tremble as he admits that he has barely restrained himself from drinking Jianfan's blood, consuming his flesh and desecrating his ancestors' graves. Given all that, how could he possibly blame Juofan for taking action on his behalf? Overcome with gratitude, he bows deeply to Juofan and solemnly declares that, from this day forward, they are sworn brothers. If Juofan ever requires anything of him, all he has to do is ask. Juofan laughs, dismissing the gesture as unnecessary, claiming that it was merely a trivial matter for him. However, as he moves slightly, a sharp pain courses through his body, causing him to wince. Longju immediately urges him to stop moving and hands him 3 recovery pills, assuring him that in 3 days his wounds will be fully healed. Despite the overwhelming evidence before her, Longnui remains skeptical. She questions how anyone can know for sure what tricks Juofan used or what kind of absurd luck allowed him to kill 2 people so effortlessly. How could a mere chi condensation cultivator possibly defeat a profound heaven expert? The elders stare at her in disbelief at her persistent doubt. Juofan calmly responds, admitting that his encounter with Jianfan was indeed due to luck, but not good luck, rather terrible luck. Had he not been forced to deplete all of his yuan qi while killing the profound heaven expert, he would never have been injured. If that had not been the case, he would have easily dispatched Jianfan without sustaining a single wound. Mocking her, he remarks that, unlike her, he did not have the luxury of simply leading a group of men to safety, where they would remain sheltered regardless of their luck. Long Nui is stunned into silence, gritting her teeth in frustration, while Luo Yunchang chuckles at her expense. Long San then turns to Long Ju, instructing him to stay behind and tend to Juofan's wounds. Additionally, he reveals that he will be reinforcing the area with a few hundred more guards. He and Long Wu will report the situation to the Pavilion Lord, who must be informed of these events. As they depart, Long Nui and Long Jie whisper among themselves, wondering why Long San referred to Juofan as brother. Seizing the moment, Juofan playfully addresses them as brothers as well, casually reminding them to take care. Long San glances at him, recalling Longju's earlier words. He now realizes that Juofan's greatest talent lies in his ability to adapt to any situation seamlessly. Once they leave, Juofan turns to the others and instructs them to vacate the room. They exchange puzzled looks, but he clarifies that he wishes to speak with Longju alone. Once they are alone, he informs Longju that he has a present for him. Longju, perplexed, questions what kind of gift Juofan could possibly offer, given the dire state of the Luo clan. He warns Juofan not to misunderstand, assuring him that he does not look down on him, but realistically, what could he even afford to give? He asks if Juofan has another ancient array. Juofan retorts that Longju must be dreaming if he thinks he would part with such a treasure for free. He declares that he would sell such an array for at least 10 million spirit stones before ever considering giving it away. However, he guarantees that Longju will like this gift. Without further elaboration, he opens his pouch and instantly a demonic crow emerges. Longju is momentarily stunned, recognizing it immediately. "Is this Jianfan's demonic crow?" he asks in disbelief. Zhuofan nods, confirming that he is correct. He explains that now that Jianfan is dead, the crow is without a master. He advises Longju to take it in and tame it. It will not take long before it becomes his loyal spirit beast, one that will always stand guard over him. Grateful, Longju expresses his thanks for Zhuofan's generosity. However, Zhuofan, still puzzled by something, seizes the moment to ask what had long been on his mind. He questions why, if Longju was capable of cultivating one purple lightning gold eye, he could not train another. Understanding the inquiry, Longju reveals that there is something Zhuofan does not yet know about his mystical eye. He explains that it was not obtained through cultivation, but rather by sheer happenstance. It is not a power that can be simply reacquired at will. It was something granted to him through an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Shifting the conversation, Longju asks if Zhuofan has any knowledge of the Empire's 3 danger zones. When Zhuofan shakes his head in refusal, Longju nods knowingly and begins his explanation. He warns that although the world is vast, there exist 3 places that must never be ventured into, no matter how powerful one may be. He reveals the names of these forbidden lands: Lightning Canyon, Ice Mountain, and Fire Pit. Even if someone wished to enter, it would be impossible unless they were exceptionally lucky. Stunned, Zhuofan asks why that is the case. Longju explains that these places are not fixed in location and they appear randomly, shifting unpredictably. One day, Lightning Canyon may manifest in the east. The next, it may vanish entirely, only to reappear in the west. When one of these danger zones materializes, an immense, inescapable tornado accompanies it, and anyone unfortunate enough to be sucked inside is never seen again. Hearing this, Zhuofan's mind races. He speculates that these zones must be remnants of ancient experts shrouded in intricate arrays. If one does not understand the workings of these formations, one would have no way of even finding the entrance. Turning his attention back to Longju, Zhuofan asks how he managed to escape from such a perilous place. Longju is taken aback by the sharpness of Zhuofan's deduction. After a brief pause, he recounts his past, revealing that in his youth, he had once stumbled into one of these forbidden lands, Lightning Canyon. At that time, he had been helplessly swept up by the terrifying tornado. As he was hurled through the storm, all he could see was a relentless barrage of lightning bolts. He witnessed a powerful expert beside him struck by the lightning, his body instantly incinerated into ashes. However, something strange happened when the lightning struck Longju. He was unharmed, yet an unbearable, searing pain burned through his eye. Even now, the memory of that sensation sends shivers down his spine. Zhuofan's eyes glint with understanding. Recalling the 9 Serenities secret record, he pieces everything together. As the ancient text states, under the gaze of the purple lightning gold eye, all things are fated for destruction, except the eye itself. That explains why Longju survived when the purple lightning struck his eye. It could not destroy itself. Longju continues, reminiscing about that fateful moment. Back then, his only thought was survival. Knowing the sheer power of the lightning, he resisted with every ounce of his will. He clenched his teeth and steeled his resolve. It was then that he suddenly heard a man's voice echoing through the storm. That mysterious figure recited something, and in desperation, Longju instinctively repeated the words. To his astonishment, his own eye began to unleash streaks of purple lightning. In the end, perhaps due to his eye's nature, the lightning never struck him again. When the tornado finally dissipated, he was the sole survivor, having unknowingly cultivated the purple lightning gold eye. However, after losing his eye in battle and with only fragmented memories of that chaotic storm, he can no longer recall the method to obtain another one. A smirk tugs at the corner of Zhuofan's lips. His mind races with possibilities. Lightning Canyon, and it must be a remnant left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. That means his cultivation technique must still exist somewhere within. A spark of ambition ignites within him. If he can obtain the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation method and merge it with the 9 Serenities Emperor's technique, he will possess 2 of the 3 ancient emperors' legacies. His smirk widens into a grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With the combined might of two emperor-level cultivation methods, who in this world could possibly stand against him? The realization fills him with exhilaration. He never imagined that a remnant of an emperor-level expert would manifest in the mortal realm. Laughter bubbles up within him, and he throws his head back, covering his face as he revels in his fortune. His reincarnation was not in vain. The scene shifts to Wingay's city, where, within the Luo clan, Zhuofan steps outside after having been confined indoors for an entire month. He stretches, remarking to himself that the weather is quite pleasant. He notes with satisfaction that both he and his blood infant have successfully broken through to the 5th stage of qi condensation. Reflecting on his recent injury, he muses that it was, in the end, a worthwhile trade-off. However, disappointment lingers. Had he been able to absorb the yuan qi of the elders he had defeated, he would not be stuck at the 5th stage. In all likelihood, he would have already advanced to the bone tempering stage by now. As he stands lost in thought, Kuai catches sight of him from a distance. Instead of approaching, she hesitates for a brief moment before abruptly turning and fleeing. Zhuofan blinks in confusion, dumbfounded by her reaction. He wonders if something had transpired while he was in seclusion. Surely, he is not some monstrous being, so what could she possibly be afraid of? A sudden realization strikes him. It must be because of how he had handled her before, back when he had captured her with excessive force. She must have harbored resentment toward him ever since, just as Yunhai had. Regret flickers through his mind as he silently wishes he had not been so harsh with these children. Before he can dwell on the thought, Pang Tongling appears, his expression marked with concern. The moment he lays eyes on Zhuofan, however, his reaction mirrors Kui's. Without a word, he turns on his heel and bolts away. Left standing alone, Zhuofan is speechless. Stunned, he questions why everyone is behaving so strangely. He has always been able to predict people's actions in battle and negotiation, for every movement carries intent. But now, he cannot fathom why Pang Tongling, whom he has never wronged, would be afraid of him. Shaking his head, he tries to compose himself. He reminds himself that he is the great demonic emperor and has no need to concern himself with trivial matters. Just then, a familiar voice calls out to him. Turning toward the sound, he sees Lei Yuting approaching with a faint blush on her cheeks. She hesitates before stepping forward and, in a soft voice, thanks him for saving her. Holding out a small basket, she offers it to him as a token of gratitude. Perplexed, Zhuofan eyes the basket warily, unsure of her intentions. Upon opening it, an enticing aroma drifts upward, piquing his curiosity. He remarks that the food smells incredible and wonders which restaurant in Wingay City could prepare such a meal. Lei Yuting grows increasingly flustered, struggling to find words. Kui, observing the interaction, scoffs and interjects, revealing that the dishes had not been purchased at all. Instead, they were the result of Lei Yuting's relentless 10-hour daily practice, efforts dedicated solely to ensuring that when Zhuofan recovered, he would have something enjoyable to eat. Taken aback, Zhuofan glances at Lei Yuting, who remains red-faced and silent. With a nod of appreciation, he readily accepts the offering. As she shyly advises him to eat while the food is still warm, he acknowledges the gesture and prepares to do just that. Later, inside his room, he reflects on the fact that he has not eaten in an entire month. Even at the qi condensation stage, hunger still gnaws at him. However, just as he prepares to take a bite, a knock at the door interrupts him. His attention shifts as Luo Yunchang enters, appearing somewhat hesitant. There is a brief pause before she speaks, flustered and uncertain. She had not realized that someone else had already brought breakfast for him, and now she wondered if her concern had been unnecessary. Zhuofan, confused by her sudden moodiness, watches as she strides forward and places another basket on the table with deliberate force. With a firm tone, she states that she personally prepared the meal for him so that he could recover. Unfazed, he glances at the basket and responds that he already has food and does not require another portion. He is not a glutton after all. However, the sharp glare that Luo Yunchang directs at him sends an unexpected chill down his spine. Realizing that refusal might have dire consequences, he quickly concedes, agreeing to try both meals. As he lifts the lid of Luo Yunchang's basket, his expression freezes in horror. The sight before him is alarming, and he wonders if what she has prepared is even edible. Guys, this looks like Shion's cooking from that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Suppressing his unease, he nervously shifts his gaze back to Lei Yuting's basket, hastily deciding that he would eat her food instead. Lei Yuting brightens at the declaration, but before she can fully revel in his choice, Luo Yunchang reminds him of his promise. He had stated he would eat both meals, and now he has no escape. She looks at him with innocent expectation, leaving him momentarily at a loss. With no choice left, he sighs and resigns himself to consuming both dishes. Luo Yunchang insists that he should try her food first, while Lei Yuting quickly interjects, arguing that he should begin with hers. As their voices rise, a full-blown argument erupts between the two women. Zhuofan watches in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend how the once amicable relationship between them had deteriorated to such hostility. As he sits between their growing animosity, a bitter smile tugs at his lips. Who, he wonders, is truly responsible for turning them against each other? Both women turn their eyes toward Zhuofan, waiting for his decision. Scratching his head, he informs them that he will try Lei Yuting's food first, as she was the one who arrived before Luo Yunchang. Lei Yuting's expression brightens at his words, and as he takes his first bite, an astonished look crosses his face. He can hardly believe it. It is absolutely delicious. Kui smirks, crossing her arms as she remarks that Lei Yuting has been cooking for 10 years. There is no one in Wingay City who can surpass her culinary skills, and Zhuofan should consider himself fortunate to be able to taste her cooking. Luo Yunchang, unwilling to be outdone, hastily urges him to try her food as well. His gaze shifts toward the dark, unidentifiable mass before him, and a sense of dread washes over him. Steeling himself, he hesitantly takes a bite. The moment the taste registers on his tongue, his expression contorts in sheer horror. Without hesitation, he declares it to be absolute garbage, going so far as to claim that even poison would be more palatable. Without another word, he outright rejects her food. At that moment, Yunhai enters the room, drawn by the aroma. Taking a deep breath, he comments on how appetizing it smells before noticing Zhuofan's presence. Surprised to see him out of seclusion, he casually asks for a share of the meal. Zhuofan, unimpressed, shoos him away and tells him to eat the food his sister prepared instead. Yunhai scoffs at the suggestion, questioning whether his sister is even capable of cooking. He remarks that she cannot even find the entrance to the kitchen, let alone prepare a meal. Luo Yunchang's expression shifts instantly, wounded by his words. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, and before anyone can say another word, she turns and flees the room. Yunhai, perplexed, looks to Zhuofan for an explanation and asks if he has said something wrong. Zhuofan, unfazed, responds that he did not. However, he adds that some people simply overestimate themselves. With that, he informs them that he will be heading to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion and instructs them to remain inside, as the Hell Valley might still be lurking around. Without another word, he departs. Once he is gone, Kui turns to Lei Yuting with a knowing smile. She congratulates her, remarking that Zhuofan's interest in her has become rather evident. The scene shifts to Tianyu's imperial palace, where, inside the emperor's grand office, two figures sit before the throne. One is Long Yifei, the lord of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and the other is Yu Wanshan, the lord of Hell Valley. The tension in the air is palpable as both men kneel in respect before the emperor of the Tianyu Empire. Breaking the silence, the emperor's gaze sweeps over them as he addresses them directly. He acknowledges that both the Veiled Dragon Pavilion and the Hell Valley are part of the seven noble houses and demands to know what matter has brought them before him. Yu Wanshan wastes no time in speaking first. His tone is sharp as he accuses the Veiled Dragon Pavilion of having killed two of Hell Valley's elders a month prior. He declares that this act has violated the agreement between the noble houses and requests that the emperor deliver punishment accordingly. Long Yifei, visibly irritated, scoffs at the accusation. He counters that it was Hell Valley's elders who first infiltrated his domain without permission. With narrowed eyes, he challenges Yu Wanshan to explain how that does not constitute a violation of their agreement. Yu Wanshan, unyielding, raises his voice. He argues that one of his disciples, Yu Quan, was murdered in Wingay City. Given the circumstances, he had every right to send elders to investigate. Turning back to Long Yifei, he questions whether his rival simply seeks vengeance for events that transpired 20 years ago. A dry laugh escapes Long Yifei's lips. He dismisses the notion that revenge has anything to do with this dispute. He then brings up the incident from 2 decades prior, recalling how Yu Wanshan had once trapped Longju in Drifting Leaf City and destroyed his mystic eye. Back then, Hell Valley justified their actions by claiming that Longju had trespassed upon their domain. Long Yifei, having abided by the noble house's agreement, had let the matter go. However, this time, the situation is entirely different. Not 1, but 4 Hell Valley elders had infiltrated his territory. He challenges Yu Wanshan once more. How could that be considered a mere investigation? Their argument escalates, and neither man is willing to back down. Finally, the Emperor slams his hand against the table, his voice cutting through the tension. He declares that both sides are at fault and, as a resolution, decrees that the Veiled Dragon Pavilion must withdraw from Windgaze City at once. From this moment onward, the city will no longer be part of their domain. Long Yifei's eyes widen in shock, but the Emperor is not finished. He continues, announcing that neither Hell Valley nor the Veiled Dragon Pavilion shall set foot in Windgaze City ever again. Both lords attempt to protest, but the Emperor swiftly silences them. He makes it clear that he has no interest in hearing any further disputes regarding their internal conflicts. Realizing that they have no choice but to comply, the 2 men exchange reluctant glances before finally withdrawing from the throne room. As the doors close behind them, the Emperor leans back in his seat, deep in thought. He never expected Hell Valley to extend its reach into Windgaze City so brazenly. A dark suspicion settles over him. Perhaps they have already caught wind of the 1,000-year-old secret. From within the shadows, a voice emerges. A figure steps forward, addressing the Emperor with measured words. He remarks that the imperial capital has always been fraught with danger, its halls filled with spies from all sides. The Emperor, he states, has long been aware of this reality. The Emperor's lips curl into a knowing smile. He acknowledges the statement before speaking cryptically. The order has begun, and the pearl shall always shine. A low, ominous chuckle echoes through the chamber as he revels in his own machinations. We've reached the end of this video. If you made it to the end, comment the name Han so I know you're a real one.